Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of Intercontinental Geoinformation Days. Today we will have 3 sessions, and the first one will be the Remote Sensing and Photogrammetry 2 session. There are 7 presentations registered for this session. In order to accomplish our session on time, we will start with the first present presenter, which are Tumay Arda and Melis Uzar, to present their work titled as Monitoring the Change of Coastline with Remote Sensing and GIS, a case study from Izmit and Gemlik Gulfs, Turkey. So the presenter can share up the screen and please open up your microphone, and you have 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to share now. Is there any problem with sharing screen?
Can you move forward and backward in order to control the... Okay, it's okay. You can go on. Take your time.
Dear guest, my name is Tumay Arda. I am research assistant in Yıldız Technical University. In this presentation, I will present you our study, which has a title of Monitoring the Change of Coastline with Remote Sensing and GIS, a case study from Izmit and Gemlik Gulfs, Turkey. Presentation flow can be seen in this slide. We will begin with brief introduction. After the introduction, we will go into the methodology, which includes study area, dataset, flowchart of study, segmentation, classification, and across analysis. After the methodology, we will look at the results, and lastly, discussion and conclusion. Coastal areas are one of the most vulnerable regions in the world affected by natural and man-made disasters. Most common disasters in these regions are erosion, flooding, rise of water level, and unusual weather conditions such as hurricanes, storms, and so on. However, large part of the human population still lives in coastal regions. Because of coastal areas are so vulnerable to damage and are home to much of the human population, it is important to identify coastal areas and coastlines and monitor the changes in them. Study area. In this study, within the framework of Gemlik and Izmit Gulfs of the Marmara region, coastal changes between 1985 and 2020 were monitored, and target classes sea, lake, land, and island are created using remote sensing methods. Rule-based classification method was used to detect the coastal change. Digital image processing techniques and automated water extraction index were used in the development of rule set and classification. Study area can be seen in figure 2. Important factors in choosing this area are rapid industrialization and urbanization in the coastal regions and increasing human population density in this region in recent years. For satellite images for each year used in classification. Image resolution and sensing dates can be seen in table 1. In table 2, used band and their respective spectral ranges and their alias in classification rule set are listed. Only bands with similar bandwidth used in rule-based classification for the possibility of using same rule set for both years and satellites. Flow chart of the study can be seen in figure 3. First of all, Landsat 5 and Landsat 8 satellite image pre-processing and normalization steps. Enter the steps of pre-processing and normalization. After that, rule-based automatic classification uh, used for classifying image. As you can see, rule-based automatic classification has four steps in them. These are segmentation, analysis, classification, and accuracy analysis. After the classification step, classified segments merged into one big class segment, and all target classes, which are sea, land, lake, and island, export to the GIS workspace. As a result of change detection, analyze, and with the one difference, we determine the fill and erosion arrays. We can see that in this picture. On the other hand, we can also get shoreline from land classes. We can see 1985 coastline in here and 2020 in here. Uh, Multi-resolution segmentation algorithm used within the given parameters in table 3. Uh, Aim of selecting scale parameters 40 is present shipyards and docks correctly. In the shape slash color parameter, color has more important weight than shape in segmentation, so parameter of 0.3 used. Near infrared bands get the highest value in image layer weights because of contrast between land and water bodies in this band. Uh, as I mentioned in flowchart of study, rule-based classification has four important steps. These can be seen in figure 4. In this study, we used automated filter extraction index for classification of land class in step of classification. Used in this can be seen in the slide. Classification of Landsat 5 image has better accuracy than Landsat 8 image, which can be seen in the slide again. Ships caused some error in both years. Other than ships, class confusion happened because of clause in the Landsat 8 image. Class confusion appears as classification errors can be seen in red circle. This error happens because of clouds. Another classification error is the classification of the C segment as an island segment as shown in the green circle. These classification errors are not found in Landsat 5 images and can only be seen in Landsat 8 images.
Mr. Arda, you have 2 minutes more. Thank you.
Accuracy analysis of class were carried out separately for every image used in classification. Error matrix and overall accuracy is calculated with test and try and ask method. There is 4 images which classified. 1985, first image of 1985 or can be seen accuracy of first image in 1985, which overall accuracy is 84%. Second image for 1985 accuracy analysis of second image of 1985 can be seen here, which has overall accuracy as 83%. Accuracy analysis for 2020 image in the first one, overall accuracy is 79%. In second one, 82%. The reason of low accuracy assessment is from class confusion in sea and island classes. Another error in classification is classifying bridge segment as islands. Some of sea segment classified as lake because of lower resolution of satellite images. Therefore, in the study area, some bay appears as lake. Uh, we can see this result of change detection in this slide. In figure 7, Izmit section of Izmit Gulf can be seen. In this figure, red areas are filled, land filled areas. In this area, 1.72 square kilometers of land fill is made. Uh, if we look at another area of the Izmit Gulf, we can see for the construction of marina, 1 square kilometers of filling is made. And last section of the Izmit Gulf is we can see that ports are constructed in red. Uh, Change detection of vessels for Gemlik Gulf can be seen in figure 10. Constructed ports can be seen in red in here. As a result of change detection, analysis of total of 6.4 square kilometers of landfill was detected in unstudied area between 1985 and 2020. As a result of analysis and evaluation, it was observed that majority of coastal change in the Gulf of Izmit was man-made landfills, while it has been determined that there are landfill areas in the Gulf of Gemlik. It is seen that doesn't cover as wide an area as the Gulf of Izmit. When this change in coastal region observed, it could be seen that these areas of landfill could become vulnerable to earthquakes, sea level rise, and unusual weather effects. For this reason, coastal vulnerability of these regions for sea level rise and natural hazards should be investigated. Data obtained from this study are important data source in terms of settlement and infrastructure planning in the region. By evaluating this data, it can be prevented that change made on the coast future deteriorate the integrity of the coast and increase its vulnerability. As a result of this study, it could be seen that identifying and monitoring the change of coastal areas and coastline are important. In addition, it is necessary to monitor the natural or artificial changes on the coast to create city models, control of natural disasters, and crisis management, as well as for the tracking and prevention on urbanization and planning the use of natural resources in the region, thus protecting the environment. In future studies, rule set can be improved for better accuracy. With the usage of vulnerability indices, coastal vulnerability can be determined. In the next study, studies on coastal vulnerability will be conducted based on this study. Thank you for listening my presentation.
Thank you for your nice presentation, Mr. Arda. I would like to congratulate you to have such a nice contribution to the existing body of literature as a young researcher. But I have a question. How did you manage to find the samples of the past images, 80s, 90s? How did you handle the information related with your sampling points from the for the images from the past?
I
Did you
couldn't.
use did you use any kind of land use maps or other sort
Ah,
of information in order to get the samples for the images of 80s and 90s, the
no,
past
no.
information?
I didn't use any other landfill. I am only using Landsat images,
Mhm.
and I am classifying that. After that, I am doing band difference analysis with
Mhm.
them. I can then detect field areas with that analysis.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And
Thank
I
you.
would like to congratulate you again and with your supervisor. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much for your contribution. And the next presenter will be Mr. Andy Egogo, entitled as SFM Photogrammetry for Land Use and Change Analysis in a Suburban Area of Nigeria. If the presenter is ready, please share your screen with us. Thank you. Mr. Andy Egogo, can you hear us? We just chat 10 minutes ago. Okay. Can you open up your microphone, please?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Okay. So, first page. Thank you. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Andy Google Stanley, and I'm a recent graduate from the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you. I'll be presenting the topic SFM photogrammetry for land use change analysis in a suburban area of Nigeria. So this is the content of my presentation. We'll start from the introduction, then we'll look at the aim of the study, and then the study area, the methods used, the results, and the conclusion. Okay, so introduction. First of all, SFM stands for structure from motion. So SFM photogrammetry is a low-cost method for creating 3D geolocated topography of object models from a collection of images taken with arbitrary poses, with or without ground control points. So this SFM now, it has a couple of deliverables. That's the outputs you expect from this photogrammetry method. You have auto photos, 3D point clouds, and digital surface models. So can you guys hear me? Just want to confirm.
Yes, we can hear you. You
All right,
can
thank you.
proceed.
Thank you. Auto photos are extremely valuable for manual or semi-automatic feature extraction, for map production or updating, as well as change detection investigations. So now these auto photos have certain advantages when compared with remote sensing, that's satellite images. We have the first of all the spatial temporal resolution and also cloudlessness. So these are some of the advantages that UAVs, that's auto photos, have over satellite acquired images. Then images with high spatial resolution are especially preferred for their accurate processing, for the accurate processing of variations in urban land cover. Then the aim of this study is to present a simplified approach for mapping and land use change analysis in a section of Kuje Area Council in Nigeria, utilizing SFM photogrammetry and Google Earth historical imagery. So the study area is located in Kuje Area Council in Abuja, which is in the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria. You also see here a map of the study area, that's its location in Nigeria, and also we have the coordinates of the estate of this study area. Now look at the methodology, that's the workflow. First of all, we had data acquisition and compilation. Here, first of all, it's a UAV study, so we had to carry out drone flights and pre-processing. This pre-processing was carried out using the Pix4D mapper software. That's the drone flight was carried out in 2020. Yes. So we acquired images images using the UAV, that's drone flight. And then also, because we want to carry out change detection, that's change detection analysis, we also had to go back and acquire images for the year 2005, and this was done using the Google Earth historical imagery. So the images were downloaded with the help of the Smart GIS software, that's Smart GIS by Elshire. Owing to the different sources of the images being used, there were some disparities in the coordinates, and so image harmonization has to be carried out using some tools in ArcGIS, for example, the spatial analysis tool in ArcGIS. Then also, From there, we carried out image vectorization, where where features identifiable in both images, that is 2005 and 2020, were the focus. We had to digitize those features. And then we carried out the change detection and quantitative analysis, and also the results presentation. So now for the change detection and quantitative analysis, the focus was on the building count ratio, the plot status ratio, and also the length of tarred roads. All right. So now for the results, I mentioned earlier that some of the deliverables of that is the deliverables of SFM include autophotos, 3D point clouds, and digital surface models. So now this is here you see the autophoto that was generated after the SFM processing was carried out. So the autophoto had a spatial resolution of 1.43 centimeters, and also point-to-point validation was done using 9 checkpoints, and it showed that the autophoto had high positional accuracy and could be used for further processing and analysis. So here we have the results of the vectorization. That's to the left you have the 2020 digitized map, and to the right we have the 2005 digitized map. And also it can be seen that there are some differences. For example, if you look to the northern right corner, you see that for 2005 the road is kind of short, but for the 2020, the road has been extended. Then also, if you look at the features, if you look at the legend, you see that we have certain features there. We have trees, masts, plots, roads, constructed buildings, completed buildings, uncompleted buildings, and undeveloped plots. So several differences can easily be spotted in the distribution of features in both images. So here we have a table comparing these features for the 2005 and 2020. So it can be seen that if you look at the total number of buildings, you see 2005 had 200, 2020 we have 320. So meaning that a total of 120 buildings have been erected within the past 15 years. That's between 2005 and 2020. Then also, if you look at the number of developed plots, you see that 52 new plots have been developed. Then same thing for the length of roads. See that about 1.5 kilometer of its roads have been tarred. This is explained better here, where say that the urban change analysis carried out reveals that Kuje Area Council has witnessed 120 building constructions in the past 15 years, which on average implies 8 building constructions per year. The area also witnessed the development of 52 more of its plots, and an additional length of 1.5 kilometers of its roads have been tarred within the period of study. The increase in the length of the roads is explained by the need to access the newly developed plots, of course. Then, in conclusion, this study conducted on a section of Kuje Area Council has shown that UAVs can effectively be utilized for different purposes, such as urban change detection analysis, for infrastructural planning and monitoring. The mass produced will facilitate a more informed decision-making process for various urban planning activities in the area. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It has been a nice contribution to our event, and I would like to have whether there are any questions from the audience, verbal or oral. I think not. And thank you so much, Mr. Egogo. We would like
Thank
to
you very
also
much.
have you for the next events, and give our regards to those colleagues there. And normally the next presentation will be the analysis of land use and land cover dynamics in Ibadan metropolis, but I haven't seen its presenter yet, even though I texted on the chat. Is anybody here? The authors, any of authors of that presentation? Land use, land cover dynamics? No. Okay, I will proceed with Dr. Yağcı. His presentation is entitled as Fully Automated Drought Analysis from the Products of Modis. If he's ready, he can share the presentation with us. Thank you.
So you can see my presentation, right?
Yes, right.
Okay, thank you. So today's topic is the fully automated drought analysis from the Modis products. So this is the outline of my presentation. So why the drought is important? So we have to monitor it because of the natural hazard. And how do we know the drought is when you have the lower than the expected or lower than normal precipitation. So in our study, we monitor the agricultural drought. So this drought relates to the shortage of available water for plant growth. So the importance of drought as a natural disaster. So when we look at the statistics, for example, this is the between the 1963 and 1992, the disasters affecting the 1% of more total population. So the droughts comes first. And also when you look at the statistics from the United States, drought is the second costliest disasters after tropical cyclones. So when we monitor the agricultural drought from space, so we have to compute the indices because there are a lot of data involved in the process. We have to fully automate it. So how do we do that? We use the operating system Ubuntu. Libraries and dependencies handled by Anaconda environment. The IDE and the programming language is the Python. So in this work, I use the Python 2. So the Conda environment to manage the and also manage the environments for your projects. So you have different types of projects. You can create different environments. So for example, you can see the IDE when you write code. So you can use these IDs helps you write the code and minimize the errors. The Python libraries used in this work is the GDAL to read the satellite data, and after reading the satellite data, you have to do computation among the satellite data. So we read the satellite data onto a numerical Python arrays, so make computations after that. So the methodology we use in this research, the drought is based upon the assumption that drought results in a decrease in the photosynthetic capacity of vegetation. So this can be detected by and quantified with the satellite data. Another approach is the surface brightness temperature, which has been shown to be determined by the water contained within the plant leaves. So if you have, right, less amount of water in the vegetation, you have higher brightness temperature. So the drought indices, so we use the land surface temperature in this TCI index, VCI, the NDVI is used in this, and we combine these two information into one index here. So this The study area is the state of Texas in the United States, but this can be any area. So I use this area as a example. So we have to have 5 tiles for this area. So each tile you can use this chart. So this H is the column number, V is the row number. Material we use, we have 3 different Modis products. So we calculate the NDVI and the VCI from this Mod 09Q1 product is a 250 meter spatial resolution of the red and visible near infrared bands. The second one is the land surface temperature dataset. Mod 11A2 is the 1 kilometer spatial resolution. So we have delineate the water areas. We use this Mod 14.4 W water mask. So this model flow chart here using this hierarchical concept. So we have the data here, the information extracted from the data, and the knowledge part. So to delineate the drought areas from non-drought areas. So in this first part, we download the data using the tiles we know. So this is an automatic. So when you provide the parameters, so this is a fully automated process. So you provide these, you have these parameters, and you provide these arguments. The code runs from here and calculate indices and merge and extract the study area and classify the drought. So in this first part, we have the FTP addresses of the 3 different products. So these will be downloaded. After that, we have the tiles of these 3 products. So we only download the tiles, these 5 tiles for each product. So after that, so we wanna select the dates we wanna process and monitor the drought, and so we have to enter these dates, and we have to provide the working directory on our local machine, and we need the boundary dataset for the study area in this part. So when we provide these to the code, so that you will see the final drought map. In this study, so we, for the data part, we created a daily download function. So these the parameters that function takes: date, FTP server address, and the full target on the local machine. So it will download the necessary dataset to process the drought indices. So in the information part, so we have 4 different functions plus 3 different utility functions. So when we calculate these indices, so these are separate functions. After that, they match the spatial resolutions of the 2 indices, VCI and TCI, we resample. So the VCI product to 1 kilometer. So we also combine all these maps, the 5 different tiles for the make up the Texas state, and after that, using this boundary dataset of the Texas state, we have to extract the real study area. So we have 3 different utility functions. So the final map you see is this. So the drought is categorized by 5 different classes. This is the knowledge part. So when we make this map, so we assume this is correct, but we have to compare with other drought monitoring tools. For example, this is the cotton yield in the Texas during the 2011. So there is a big drop. So we see this as a result of drought in the study area. The cotton yield is decreased. And also there is another tool in the United States, the US Drought Monitor. So we can take a look at their map. So in this area we identify the drought. So they identify the drought at the same period of time. You can see there is a good match spatially also. And also we can create the other dates. So you can see the progression of the drought. So starts from the northern parts and moves down to southern areas in the same period for the US Drought Monitor results. So the conclusions of this research. So in this study area, the satellite-based drought indices calculation to detect drought. So we are successfully automate the full process. So we can obtain the final drought maps after the processing. So this entire set of functions is streamlined in the Python using the libraries of the Python programming language. So in this case, we use the state of Texas as an example study area, but it can be anywhere over the world. So this is the most prominent feature of the Python programming language, right? The programmer doesn't necessarily implement every function from scratch. So in this work, I implement some of the functions myself, but I use the full freely available packages such as NumPy and the GDAL to process the data. So you don't need to implement every functions in your processing workflow. So you can use your own functions and combine with the someone else's functions, the libraries of the Python programming language. So this is the financial report for this project and the references.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yağcı, for your contributions in a row. In the last event, you were also here. Thank you so much for your nice presentations in our events. And I would like to also congratulate you about the usage of open source Python libraries to support open source, open access data and programming languages. Thank you so much. Is there any question from the audience? I think no. So thank you so much again.
Presenting them.
Yeah, thank you so much. We will proceed with Mr. Damilola Olatayo. Please, he can share the screen with us. His presentation title is Development of a User-Friendly Program, Real-Time Image Properties Display. So, Mr. Olatayo, can you share the screen and open up your microphone, please? Mr. Olatayo, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Oh, good morning, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. We can hear you. You can start your
Good
presentation.
morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Can you also see the presentation slide?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Please proceed. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Good morning, all. My name is Damdala Olatayo, and the title of my paper is Development of the User-Friendly Program, Real-Time Image Property Display. So I'm a recent graduate of the University of Lagos, studying geoinformatics. So I'll be walking through this content: introduction, motivation of study, aim and objective in this direct order. So introduction. Digital image processing consists of manipulation of digital images using computers. It has a lot of application. We have the application include face detection, edge detection, and so on. But despite growing applications of digital image processing, there exists a gap in the knowledge on processing of images in real time. So we don't really have much on processing of real-time images. So hence the motivation for the study. So processing of these real-time images, they may require two or more toolbox, which may not easily be accessed, either due to the complex coding involved or low technical expertise of the user. So if you want to process real-time images, you want to process real-time images, if they are not really easily accessed, either due to because they require complex coding, or the user may not be properly equipped with the software for this. So hence the need of a user-friendly program which will display the properties of data images in real time, which this paper aims to explore. The aim of the paper is to develop a user-friendly program that will display the properties of images in real time. So the objectives of the program is to use the MATLAB app designer. So here we are using MATLAB. We're actually using the MATLAB programming language. So the objective is to use the MATLAB app designer. That's the recent one from MATLAB 2016 downward. We have the MATLAB app designer. So that's a recent thing for creating the graphical user interface. Before MATLAB used guide. So we want to use the recent one. So the objective is to use MATLAB app designer as a tool for creating a complete package to be used for image processing and properties extraction from images, especially images displayed in real time. So the other objective is to reduce time for processing images, especially real-time images. The next one is to develop a deployable MATLAB program using GUI to solve the above problem. And the last one is to test this MATLAB program using existing images. So methodology. Due to the fact that this thing is programming related, we need to draft our steps well, and we need to get our algorithm right. So the first thing is that the problem statement. So the problem statement is inherent from the project the paper title. So it says the development of the user-friendly program that will display the properties of an image in real time. So the problem analysis, basically what this entails is image processing and image analysis. Image processing is the act of you manipulating images or optimizing it, manipulating it or enhancing it or optimizing it. While image analysis is extracting meaningful information from this paper. Then the step 3 is the processing statement. So what are going to be the inputs and what are going to be the outputs? So the inputs of the program of this program will be the digital images, while the outputs will be properties. Then step 4 is the flow chart, and you can see that at the right corner here. So it says you start the program, you impute your image, you impute the image parameters, you process the image, you display the image output. So you can go back or you can choose to end the program. So the next choice of platform, like I said earlier in the objective, we chose MATLAB. Though Python could also do it and some others, but there's a reason why we choose MATLAB, because you can see here, MATLAB is a platform that supports array matrix-based operations. Just like we know digital images are combinations of their matrices or their arrays of pixel values. So then we know MATLAB is matrix laboratory, and MATLAB works better with it works is very efficient for matrix processing. So the ends MATLAB. Then again, the reason why we choose MATLAB is because MATLAB functionality can be expanded by the addition of toolbox. So when you look at all this programming language, MATLAB has a lot of well-defined toolboxes for image processing. You have the deep learning toolbox, you have the computer vision toolbox, you have the image processing toolbox. Then the last one is the graphical output is optimized for interaction and is aesthetic pleasing to the eye. So this is one of it. Though in the app designer, as you come to say in the app designer is still under development and you can't customize it as you like. So the result. So when this user-friendly program was designed, it was designed with a menu bar consisting of 7 menus. So as you can see here, you have the menu. This is a drop-down list of the menu. We have new, open, save, save as, and the basic operation. You can do a lot of basic operations on this image to extract their properties, like image info, but it's not here. So all these basic all these other menus, they also have their drop-down list on which you can extract the properties of image. So then also, if you look at this, if you look at the lower part, you can see something like start webcam, screenshot, continue, stop, binary, grayscale. So this is mainly for the real-time image. So when you start the webcam, some real-time images like are displayed like more like their video set of running frames, and you can do whatever thing you want. Like let's say you can click on the binary and it generates the real-time images in binary, grayscale, edge detection, and face detection. So okay, so result and analysis. So this is one of the numerous things the user-friendly program can do. As you can see here, in the top left, you can see that there's an original image. It has been imputed in the user-friendly program, and you can see the process image on the right. And now it is in binary. Is in binary. Also, look at the properties. This image, the properties generated from the user-friendly program. You can see here. If you look at the right, here, this is a screenshot. You can see the file name. It gives you the file size, the format. Like for example, this input image. The format is a JPG, and the width is 144. The height is 144. So the bit depth is 24. The color depth is a true color. And then, so you can conclude that here, you can see that the image is a JPG file. The spatial resolution is 144 by 144. Then it's a true color image. Okay. Also, in the real time, this user-friendly program can work with normal images like static image and real-time images. So now to the real-time part. The real-time images, they were gotten from a phone camera connected to the user-friendly program on the computer through the IP address of the phone. So like the user-friendly program, it uses a phone camera, or you can also use other kinds of cameras, provided you have the IP address, and you input it in the user-friendly program and it runs. Actually, these are a set of running frames, but I just screenshot one of them. Then you can see part of the real-time image processing, like this is face detection. You can see the face being detected here. So problem encountered, system compatibility issue. Just like we know, MATLAB it has strict system requirements. It has strict requirements. Then all is not all systems that are compatible with it. Need for large storage, need for large processing and large storage capability. Then the need for large when you are handling MATLAB also, if you the 2021E was used, and the space of the 2000 MATLAB 2021A was over 20 gig. So you need a system with over 20 gig, and also you need a system with high processing capability, because for this FaceTime detection, you have we did some deep learning. We did some deep, like for the face detection, we used some deep learning, these AlexNets. So you need system with a system with a large processing capability. Then the low development time of the MATLAB app designer. So this could have been more, yeah, we go back here, it could have been more aesthetic pleasing to the eye and more customized, but the app designer is still under construction. So conclusion, development of the program was a success. Real-time image processing like face detection, edge detection was executed properly with desired accuracy by the program. Then the output generated with this program was found to be accurate and precise, provided that the inputs are of high accuracy and precision. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your nice contribution, and it has been a very interesting topic. Do we have any question from the audience? I suppose not. So thank you again. We will proceed with Mrs. Elif Akyel. If she's ready, she can share her screen with us. Mrs. Akyel, can you make a bit? Can you have the surroundings a bit quiet, please? Because we hear everybody around you.
Paylaşamıyorum galiba şu anda.
Miss Akyel,
Evet.
are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Please share the screen with us. Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Sorry.
Did you manage to find the button for sharing the screen?
Yes.
Okay. When you press the button, it will ask entire screen.
Inactive.
Okay, let's try once again. Press share now button, and then there will be a window popping up, and then select entire screen. That's all. It's gonna automatically come. All right, we see now. Please proceed with your presentation, PowerPoint.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, we see your screen, but not your presentation yet.
I open.
Okay, I think that you selected PowerPoint rather than selecting entire screen. If you do not choose entire screen, we won't be able to see your presentation. Now it's okay. Yes, you can start right now with your PowerPoint. Perfect.
Okay.
It's okay. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Hello, everyone. I'm Elif Akya from İzmir Katip Çelebi University. I will tell about determination of Carina Lagoon surface area water temperature change using remote sensing methods. In this study, we work together with Professor Dr. Özcan Çorumluoğlu. Contents of presentation. Introduction, I will introduce the study area and talk about the reasons for the change. Method, in this section, I will talk about the methods are used to detect the change that has occurred. Results, I will show results maps, graphs, and tables. Conclusion and discussion in this part, I will evaluate the results. Reference and next. Introduction. Evaporation, inability to feed from land, and especially in areas where the lagoon joins the sea, deposits that form over time form embankments, such as lake level change over time, cause a change in lake level. Remote sensing methods, which provide important advantage in the detection of this change, also provide information about the parameters affecting the lake system. One of the parameters affecting the lake system is the surface water temperature. In the study, the Carina Lagoon located in Aydın was examined. This figure shows the location of the Carina Lagoon. The aim of the study is to use Landsat satellite image between 1985 and 2020 to determine the lagoon surface area change, to detect the lagoon surface water temperature change. Method, Landsat 5 data from 1985 and 2011 and Landsat 8 data from 2013 and 2020 were used as image data in the study. The accuracy of the results obtained was tried to be improved by selected image with 10% or less cloudiness. Before starting the operation in remote sensing studies, pre-processing steps should be applied. Firstly, I open unprocessed image, then processed image from the satellite image belonging to the study area. The second image is the one with atmospheric errors removed. The image pre-processing steps of 1985 in the analysis region with and without application are above. Automated water extraction index AVE. The AVE band index was developed to increase the contrast between water and other dark surface. The primary goal of the AVE formulation is to maximize the separability of water and non-water pixels by applying band difference, splice, and different coefficients. It's calculated by this formula. Determination of lake surface water temperature using thermal bands. In the study, surface water temperature values were determined using the thermal bands of Landsat 5 and Landsat 8 satellites. Landsat 5 digital number to radiance conversion is calculated by this formula. Landsat 8 digital number to radiance conversion is calculated by this formula. K1 and K2 thermal conversion constants given by the USGS are used during the process of converting radiance values obtained from Landsat satellite image to brightness temperatures. Temperature calculated by this formula. And I give the constant of the sensors in the table. Results. Within the scope of the study, the water surface area in the satellite image was determined by first applying AVE. Then the spatial change that occurred between 1985 and 2020 determined. First of all, map obtained as a result of AVE. You can visually see the change. Then I give water surface area graphs. And table of water surface area and accuracy. Considering the results obtained, it's determined that there is a decrease in the lagoon area. The amount of decrease between the relevant years is around 7%. Then the temperature of the Carina Lagoon water surface were determined by first converting the reflectance values of the thermal bands of Landsat 5 and Landsat 8 satellites to radiance and then converting to obtain radiance values to brightness temperature. I will give temperature map, graph, and table. It's seen that the temperature in different years are close to each other. The maximum temperature is around 30 degrees in year 2000, and minimum temperature is around 18 degrees in year 2005. Conclusion and discussion. In this study, 6 Landsat 5 satellite image belonging to the years 1985 and 2011, and 2 Landsat 8 satellite image belonging to the years 2011 and 2020 used. After the image used were pre-processed, the surface area of the Carina Lagoon was determined by applying the array technique. By comparing the determined water surface area with each other, the amount and direction of the spatial change was determined. In this context, when the results of the array index are examined, there is no linear increase or decrease. The lagoon area, which was around 2,800 hectares in 1985, was measured as around 2,600 hectares in 2020. The lagoon reached its vast area in 25 with around 2,900 hectares. The lagoon area decreased by around 7% in total from 1985 to 2020. As a result of the accuracy analysis, the array technique, which works with a minimum of 91%, has been successful in extracting the water body. Spatial change the lagoon surface, water temperature, and the change trend of the temperature were examined and compared. Surface water temperature were calculated using the thermal bands of Landsat satellites. The surface water temperature, which reached the highest measured temperature at around 30 degrees in 2000 years, reached the lowest temperature at around 18 degrees in 2010. Surface water temperature averaged around 25 degrees at the highest and around 21 degrees at the lowest. When the lagoon water surface temperature changes are examined on the days evaluated within the scope of the study, the water temperature, which is relatively lower in the inner parts of the lagoon, was measured higher in the coastal areas. My reference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Akyel, for your contribution, and give our regards to those colleagues in Izmir. Thank you so much. Is there any questions from the audience? We haven't received any questions from the audience. Thank you again, and have a nice day. The next presentation will be held by Akınnüsü Samuel, another aerosol optical thickness case study from Nigeria. Yesterday, there was a case study about road networks, but this time it's going to be length cover. So please share the screen with us, and you have 10 minutes. Mr. Akınnüsü, are you there? Can you hear us? Mr. Akınnüsü, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. My system just crashed. I want to use my friend's system now.
All right, please share the screen with us.
Okay. Sorry for the delay. I'm bringing it up now.
Where's the stuff? Where's the okay? Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry, let's see.
I'm coming up.
Yes, we can hear you, but we haven't seen your screen yet.
Can you hear them?
Is everything okay? All right.
I'm
You're
trying to
on
share the screen.
mobile. You're on mobile. All right.
Yes.
Please proceed with your presentation on your mobile.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm using my system now.
Mr. Akinusi, we are about to conclude the session. Who's going to present it? All right. Okay. Have a 7-8 minutes presentation as soon as possible. Thank you. I think they changed the users, but the new user doesn't have any voice. Guys, as we experienced yesterday, we need to do these things very, very, very earlier. Otherwise, we lose so much time. We cannot hear the presenter's voice now. We see the screen, but we cannot hear the new presenter. Can he open up his microphone, please? We have lost almost 5 minutes. The computer of Hamet Olanrevaju. Can you please open up your microphone, please? Otherwise, I need.
Can you hear me now?
Will you present the screen with another computer, and will you present?
Yes. That's what I want to do now.
Okay, you have a quick 5 or 6 minutes. Please go on.
Thank you very much. So, this research is on using remote sensing to monitor the aerosol optical thickness and its relationship with land cover in Lagos metropolis, Nigeria. So, in Lagos, there is which is a highly urban area, there is an increase in the industrial and urbanization, which has affected the air pollution in the state. Then, at early stages of the economic development of the country, this predated a series of climate change in this city. So aerosols are the suspension of these solid and liquid particles which are causing these atmospheric impurities or pollution in the state. So there is need to look into the level of aerosol present in the atmosphere in this state. So this is the one important parameter to monitor the presence of this atmospheric pollution in the state is using aerosol optical thickness, which is the most fundamental parameter to determine the optical properties of aerosol, which is a degree to which the aerosol impede light transmission by scattering or absorption into the atmosphere, which can be detected by satellite technology, which is an affordable means to measure the presence of air pollution in the state. And the most common method to monitor aerosol optical thickness, which is a ground-based or satellite, but in this research we use the satellite-based method. Then we validated the output, the result, with the ground-based data to check the accuracy level. Then we look at we also did the land cover change analysis to compare the rate of change of this air pollution with the changes in the land cover. So the aim of this study is to monitor the changes in aerosol concentration over Lagos metropolis and its relationship with the land cover change over two periods between 2002 and 2020, which is 18 years period. So the objectives to achieve this aim are as follows. We acquired and compiled remote sensing data and ground data, specifically the Landsat imagery. Then we extract this aerosol optical thickness from this remotely sensed imagery and then use the radiative transfer model to simulate the aerosol optical thickness over the study area. Then we validated the results with ground-based data. Then we assess the relationship between the land cover change. So this is the study area where this research was carried out, which is an area in Nigeria located in West Africa. So this is some of the Landsat imagery used for the research. So this is the air quality used to get the ground data. So the first approach to get the aerosol over the area, which is measure of the air pollution in the state, was to determine the land surface reflectance, which was determined by the improved dense dark vegetation technique, which is based on the implementation of two visible bands, which is blue and red, and the shortwave infrared, which has which aerosol have no effect on. So we combine a blue visible with the shortwave infrared to determine the thickness of the aerosol in the atmosphere. So we use the equation which was adopted in Laos et al. And Hell et al. For this purpose. So we used a Python-based 6x model. The 6x model is a radiative transfer model which is a simulation algorithm which was used to simulate the aerosol optical thickness. They will now use it to generate an equation to determine the aerosol optical thickness for the whole area. So this is the interface of the Py6x in the Python environment, and to in the figure 8, which you see the LUT, the lookup table on Jupyter Notebook, is the simulation result. They will now use this to generate an equation for the analysis. So we also did land cover classification using MV software to classify the land cover pattern between 2002 and 2020. So these are the results. So we could see from this image that the spread of aerosol optical thickness or the air pollution between 2002 and 2020 is it coincides with the increase in the urban change. It coincides with the increase in the built-up area, especially, which is to the left, to the right, which is figure 12. Then we also analyze the spread of this aerosol optical thickness, which is a measure of the air pollution in the state, across the 17 local governments, and we could see that we have a similar pattern, which is a drastic increase between 2002 and 2020. Then we also look at the change in the land cover area distribution. Then to the left graph, we could see that a built-up area has a dramatic increase between 2002 and 2020, followed by vegetation cover, which has a drastic decline between the same year. Then we compare this change to the changes in the aerosol distribution, then which we have here on the right graph, and we saw that the aerosol optical thickness is lowest over the wetland, which is due to the absorption of which is due to the absorption of this air pollution in vegetation area or wetland area. We saw that the wetland and vegetation have low aerosol optical thickness compared to the built up and bare land where you have increase, which is of urbanization. So we compare the result of the aerosol with the ground-based data at different locations, different selected ground-based location, and carry out the correlation analysis. And we saw a varying correlation where at Ojota we saw a negative correlation, and in Waya we also saw a weak correlation, which is due to the time of capture of the data. And in Akubaba, which was captured early in the morning, we saw a good correlation there. So this shows that the aerosol can vary with time of capture. So these are the findings of the research. So it was observed that the aerosol was higher towards the center of the metropolis and towards the southern region at Etiosa local government in 2020. Then there is an evidence of urbanization from 2002 to 2020, which is where an increase in built-up area was observed and a shrinkage in the coverage of vegetation cover. So we observed that the presence of aerosol has the presence of urbanization, the rapid urbanization growth in the state has affected the growth of the vegetation cover in the state. So the result of the relationship between aerosol and land cover reveal a varying spatial distribution of this land cover type on the aerosol distribution. So we also observe that the PM level in the state is higher than the recently set WHO air quality recommended level. So in concluding this research, the increased aerosol optical thickness observed in the area is an indication of increased urbanization, including industrial and traffic activities. So the relationship between aerosol and different PM sizes show a similar correlation coefficient, with negative value observed at Ojota, low positive at Iwaya, and strong positive at Okobaba. So the land cover change results affirm an ongoing accelerated urbanization in Lagos metropolis and its detrimental impact on the vegetation coverage. So these are my recommendation for future research, that the dynamic nature of this air pollution in the coastal area like Lagos metropolis, has not been fully explored. Therefore, the further research should be carried out to examine the dynamics of this aerosol optical thickness and particulate matter concentration. So the high aerosol optical thickness concentration observed in the metropolis should necessitate the establishment of the ambient air quality standard by the government, because Nigeria is one of the country with no air quality standard. The government should also consider the establishment of multiple air quality monitoring stations to acquire real-time air quality information, as there is little or no existing there are few or no existing air quality monitoring station in the country. The government should also enforce the proper city planning to manage this rapid urbanization growth in the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any question from the audience? Thank you, Mr. Akinusi, for your contribution. We have 11 minutes break. We will start at 10:30. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You can unshare your screen. Thank you. Welcome to the second session of today. It's going to be on geographic informations. This is the second GIS session. And we have 6 presentations registered for this session. And the first one will be mapping federal government dams in Nigeria, which will be authored by Sola Oluvayemi and Adedayo Olayibola. Any of the authors is here? I can see that Sola Oluvayemi is here. If the presenter is ready, please share the screen with us. I suppose none of them is here. So, the presenters of this session, are they here? Please introduce yourselves. The second presentation, Alfred Aledomomi, Musa Animashaun, Mr. Okoliye, Ojebile, Daramola, Alozie. Any of them is here? Guys, the presenters, if they are not ready, we will not be able to publish their full papers in our proceedings book. In general case, all the conferences are organized in this way. The presenters should be on time in their sessions, and they need to present their papers. Otherwise, these papers will be just published in an abstract form, not the full paper form. So we organize all these conferences in such a way. So this is the general, let's say, business as usual of the academic life. So it is not possible to accomplish a session without any presenter available. So if you are unavailable, your papers are not presented, and the organizers definitely do not publish the full papers. This is the international way. Let me check. Yes, it's in the last form. If you are ready, you can present. I can accept it, because the others... Oh gosh, very strange. 6 presentations and none of the authors are ready. Very strange, very not quite usual. Anyway, Mr. Oluyavemi, Mr. Oluyavemi, if you are ready, we can start with you. Mr. Oluvayemi, can you hear us? Please open up your microphone and introduce yourself. Guys, this is not a normal session, okay? In online events, no matter where we are, in face-to-face events or online events, this shouldn't happen. In case of 6 presentations from 2 or 3 universities, all the authors gotta be ready before the session. We have timetable. We don't
Sorry,
need
excuse me.
to wait. Yeah, this is very strange, guys. I haven't seen such a thing before in my entire academic life. None of the authors are ready, even though we have 6 presentations in the session. So as a chair, how am I
Sorry,
supposed
I'm making the third presentation. Can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm
And
making the third
the
presentation.
problem is, please listen to me. The problem is you have a row, let's say a train of authors. There are 6, 7 authors per paper, and we cannot understand who's going to present. And sometimes you join to the conference with another people's name and other people's account. So as an organizer, it is not so easy to understand who's going to present which paper. So this is really problematic for us. So please, if you participate to our events next time, please be sure who's going to present and be on time and with a working microphone, working system. This is not a realistic way of having an online conference. And actually, I will report this situation in my concluding remarks. So this is definitely, we have already passed 6 minutes and none of the presenters are ready. So the first presentation, let's check. Mapping federal government dams in Nigeria. Who's gonna present? Written or oral? Please notify me. Okay, nobody answered my questions. All right. So the second one, monitoring the spatial distribution of carbon dioxide within the University of Lagos main campus. Mr. Oluvayemi, please open up your microphone, share your screen immediately. Thank you, if you can. Monitoring the spatial distribution of carbon dioxide. Any author here? No. Spatial relationship between NDVI, EVI, SAVI, and land cover changes in the Lake Chad area from 1977 to 2017. Any author here?
Olariwaju Ahmed on standby.
Sorry?
Olariwaju Ahmed, I'm on standby.
Are you one of the presenter of the third presentation?
Yes. No.
Okay,
no.
you can
Third
share the
presentation.
screen. You can start if you're ready.
Okay, in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, good morning. This is Musa Animation. I don't know if you mentioned the presentation on monitoring CO2 levels previously. I just joined. I was having issues connecting initially.
If the third presenter is ready, the third
I know
presentation.
he can proceed with his presentation.
Okay, you can start right now. I am announcing one by one. As long as one of them is ready, we will start with it, okay? I will accept the third presentation first. For 10 minutes, I was expecting the first and second one, but none of them is ready. All right, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. I'm Olarewaju Ahmed Olabode from the University of Lagos, and I'll be making a presentation on the spatial relationship between the Normalized Different Vegetation Index, NDVI, Enhanced Vegetation Index, EVI, Soil Adjusted Vegetation Index, SAVI, and land cover changes in the Lake Chad area from 1987 to 2017. So there were 6 authors that worked jointly on this research, and their names are shown on the screen. So basically, from literature, it has been reported that there's an unprecedented level of environmental changes in land cover and land quality that is going on in the Sahelian region of Africa due to the impact of both natural and anthropogenic activities. It was also reported from literature that remote sensing is one of the best methods to capture dynamics of natural and anthropogenic interactions with the environment. So, the interpretation of analysis of remotely sensed data can be enhanced with the use of vegetation indices. This is because vegetation indices usually involve the spectral transformation of 2 or more bands in order to highlight vegetation activity and also allow for reliable comparison between terrestrial photosynthesis activities and canopy cover. So in this study, we deployed Landsat imageries to assess the relationship between the NDVI, EVI, and SEVI and land cover changes in the Lake Chad area with the view of providing an informed perspective to the natural and anthropogenic activities that are occurring within the region. So this is the study area. Lake Chad is a fresh water lake in the African Sahel, and it is bordered by Niger, Nigeria, Chad, and Cameroon. So these data sets that were used in this research work include Landsat satellite level 1 imageries covering the Lake Chad area for the year 1987 and 2017. We also made use of level 2 NDVI, EVI, and SAVI image products. So the level 2 data were further processed by rescaling the pixel values to true index values before they were used for analysis. So in the methodology workflow, we made use of we made use of we made use of MV. We made use of MV for the image processing and classification, and the NDVI calculation was done using ArcGIS software. So the extent of the study area was defined by creating a 5 kilometer buffer around the lake. Also, in order to ensure conformity in the spatial resolution of all the imagery scenes, the Landsat multispectral images were resampled from 60 meters to 30 meters. So for the purpose of classification and interpretation, we created false color composites for the year 1987 and 2017. So the 1987 imagery was a Landsat 7 imagery, which uses the thematic mapper sensor, and the first color composite was created using band 432, which is near infrared, red, and green. And the 2017 imagery was a Landsat 8 imagery, and the band combination was 543, which is also near infrared, red, and green. So afterwards, um, land use land cover classification was done, and the area was classified into five categories, which is the built-up area, the bare land, sand dune, water body, vegetation, and soil. So we scaled the index values to the actual values by dividing them by 10,000 in order to obtain the index values between -1 and +1, because like vegetation indices values range from -1 and to +1, and like this was actually achieved using raster calculator in ArcGIS. So this is the land use land cover classification of the area, and the 5 classes are reflected in the legend. So this is land use land cover for the year 1987, and this is the land use land cover for the year 2017. So this is a qualitative representation of the information that was presented in the few slides. So we detected that there was a positive change in the area of the built-up, a positive change in bare land, a positive change in sand dunes, soil, and vegetation, but there was actually a decrease in the extent of the water body. So this is the this is the product of the soil adjusted vegetation index for the year 1987. And okay, this is the product of the soil adjusted vegetation index for the year 1987, and the color from like green to red indicates the level of the vegetation activity. So this is the enhanced vegetation index for the year 1987, with the color graduation also showing the like level of the vegetation activities. And this is also the normalized difference vegetation index map. So this is this was a descriptive statistics that was extracted from those maps. So it shows the minimum indices for 1987 and 2017, the maximum indices for 1987 and 2017, the mean and the standard deviation of the indices. So this is like and this was a correlation. This was a correlation between the several indices. So we discovered that between the EVI and NDVI, there's actually like high level of correlation. There's actually like a high level of correlation, but with the survey, like there was a low level of correlation like related to the survey. So the conclusions that were drawn from the study is that first, the predominant nature of the land cover change that is going on is the transition of the lake's water surface to vegetation and exposed soil, which was something that was reflected in the analysis as a decrease in the surface area of the water body. Also, we discovered that sand dunes are encroaching on the surface of the on the surface of the water body, and thus trapping the available water into smaller pockets, and which was also something that is reflected in the decrease in the extent of the water body. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Mr. Musa Animashaun, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you share the screen with us?
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
How about now?
Now it's okay. Just show off your PowerPoint. Perfect. And you have 10 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Musa Animashao. I will be presenting to you our research paper titled Monitoring the Spatial Distribution of Carbon Dioxide within the University of Lagos main campus. So here is the outline of the presentation: the introduction, description of study area, methodology, results and analysis, conclusions and recommendations, respectively. So for the introduction, every living organism requires air for growth and survival. The quality of air in an environment has a major role to play on the lifespan of the living organism in such an ecosystem. Industrialization and other man-made activities have increasingly polluted the air content, making it deleterious and unsafe for inhaling and breathing. Air pollution is basically the intrusion of organic and inorganic chemicals, as well as materials and other particulate matter that cause damage and uneasiness to humans and other living forms. Meta et al. Reported that it is majorly responsible for viral diseases like tuberculosis, asthma, some cancers, malaria, among other respiratory and skin diseases, which has terminated more lives than AIDS. Nigeria, like many developing countries in the world, has been marked by several reports and researchers to high level of poor air quality. The dynamics of urbanization and continuous growth in the population of Lagos has been reported to have significant impact on the air quality. In Lagos State, CO2 has been identified to be one of the most significant indicators of air pollution amidst several pollutants like oxides of sulfur, particulate matter, nitrogen, and carbon monoxide, respectively. The University of Lagos community has been experiencing steady growth in social, commercial, and industrial activities recently, and this has led to significant impact in the air quality. Poor air quality in such an environment has major impact on the health of students, commuters, and others that are within the academic hub of Nigeria if left to thrive. So in order to mitigate the issue of poor air quality, the geospatial mapping of the concentration of CO2 has been considered as the first attempt due to the influx and congestion of vehicles in the university campus. So in monitoring the air quality of an area of interest, the United States Environmental Protection Agency, USEPA, has designed a standardized air pollution level indicator for rating the air quality over an area. So the AQI is a rating scale for outdoor, known as AQI index. So here on my screen is the AQI ratings. A stands for very good, 0 to 15 parts per million. B for good, 16 to 31, and so on, as seen on the screen. The formula for calculating the AQI index is as shown here. Pollutant data reading acquired divided by standard multiplied by 100. So the standard used here is the ASHRAE standard. That is the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers. The standard for carbon dioxide is 1,000 parts per million. So the study area, as mentioned earlier, is University of Lagos. It is located in Lagos, Nigeria, within Lagos mainland local government. The campus is largely surrounded by the scenic view of the Lagos Lagoon on the eastern part. And the campus is located in the northeastern part of Yaba, Lagos. So it has specifically been chosen as a study area, being an academic community with a large number of students. So here is the methodology flowchart. The two data sources of data used are the primary and secondary data, that is the observation station coordinates and the pollutant data reading, CO2 levels. The secondary data used was the land use map, which was gotten from the Department of Surveying and Geoinformatics, University of Lagos. So the data processing entails creation of interpolation surfaces, spatial distribution map generation, and integration of the land use information from the land use map used, and statistical analysis and air quality index calculation. So in order to select the monitoring station, because the siting of monitoring stations has a profound effect on the resulting measurements of contaminant levels and on achieving monitoring objectives. So we created 34 temporary monitoring stations spread across at strategic locations in the campus. So the strategic locations include the major road intersections and dump sites, academic areas, residential areas, respectively. The data acquisition was done using a handheld TSI CF910 CompuFlow handheld CO2 meter to acquire the CO2 readings. The coordinates of the sampling stations was acquired using the Garmin handheld GPS as shown here. All measurements were executed in a 2-hour duplicate that is repeated twice, morning peak period and afternoon off-peak period, over a 3 days observation window across the 34 stations created. The duration for exposure was set as 5 minutes at a time per station. The average values for each of the locations were computed and carefully recorded. So the data processing with the coordinates acquired, we used it to create point shapefile in ArcGIS, and with the point shapefile, we integrated the data, the pollutant data reading with it together to create the interpolation surfaces using the Kriging interpolation and advanced geostatistical procedure, which was used to generate the interpolation surfaces. the land use map was prepared from an existing analog land use map of the study area, which was obtained from the Department of Surveying and Geoinformatics, University of Lagos. So we digitized it and we got our land use information from it. All the processing on the land use map was also done in ArcGIS. So, and this was done, the land use information was done to assess the distribution of the variation of the pollutants with respect to the different land use type. So here, the result, this is the spatial distribution of, this is a map showing the spatial distribution of CO2 across the study area for the whole of the observation window. Apparently, we can see that on the main gate and second gate here are the most polluted according to, if you look at the symbology in the legend here, you see that that is the most that is where we have the region with the most concentrated CO2 levels. Meanwhile, the least concentrated regions are the residential regions, as seen here, the Ozoluwa axis, staff quarters. And also, we can see that the faculties, academic areas, faculties like Faculty of Engineering, Science, Environmental Science, where there are the presence of laboratories which make use of combustion engines, generating sets, electricity generating sets. They are also they also contain substantial amount of CO2 concentration, as seen here. So this is just an explanation of the map as I've done earlier. So telling us that can infer that from the western part of the school, it is replete with many busy roads. That is this part of the school. That is where that is the most concentrated region, as seen evidently here. And compared to the eastern part, which is bounded by the lagoon, which is less polluted. So in addition, substantial concentration was noticed around dump site and Indomie Bridge. This is the dump site. This is the Indomie Bridge here. It is suspected to be as a result of CO2 constituting 50% of gases emitted due to the decomposition of waste by microorganisms from landfills and canals. So we performed some statistical analysis in SPSS software. You can see based on according to land use type, you can see the mean, minimum, maximum. Then the AQI index calculated with the formula earlier shown to us, that is the USEPA AQI formula. You can see the AQI readings and the ratings. So generally, you can see the air quality in the university is generally poor, according to the rating and the standard of ASHRAE, as mentioned earlier. So this is an explanation of the table, like I've explained earlier. CO2 is mostly concentrated around the traffic corridors with mean value of 95.7, just like as I've explained earlier. So the religious, recreational, and hospital outdoor maintain a close level of concentration, as seen here. This medical center, residential area, you can see it is less. The concentration is closely related around here, and it is less. That's the least region with the CO2 level concentration. So we also performed an analysis of variance tests to check the influence of land use on CO2 variation. This is the ANOVA table here. When the F-test value shows that the impact of the average content of CO2 of a land use type on others is close to the interaction of the content of the CO2 within all the land use types captured in the study. So when the relational impact of one land use is considered between it and other land use types, the degree of freedom is 8. But when they are considered within the groups of land use types, the degree of freedom is 25, as seen here. Nevertheless, the probability value of P equals to 0.075 shows that the average content of CO2 in regions of a land use type is not the same global average in the study area at 0.05 significant level. So overall, the study shows that CO2 is majorly concentrated around traffic pivots, laboratories, eateries, and industrial areas, and is generally low in residential areas of the university. The sources of air pollution identified in the study also exposed the common channels of environmental pollution and its effects on the students, staff, and residents of the university. The sources include the use of electricity generating plants, diesel generators at Unilag Pure Water Factory and Bakery, vehicular emissions, cooking at food vendors, and presence of dump sites. So recommendations, we have the following recommendations to mitigate the menace of air pollution on the university campus. The school's environmental policy should be reviewed. Extensive awareness and sensitization of the public should be done. Improved traffic control should be ensured. Strict enforcement of existing legislations should be ensured. And permanent air pollution monitoring stations should be monumented at strategic places on campus. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Is there any question from the audience? Okay, while expecting for the questions, Rahmat Adepo can share the screen with us.
All right.
For Mr. Anima Shaun, there is no question, so we can proceed with Mrs. Adepo Rahmat directly.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Adepo Rahma, and I'm making a presentation on assessment of noise levels and associated health impacts in an academic environment. During this presentation, I'll be talking on introduction, background of study, materials and methodology used, results and analysis, then conclusion and recommendation. Introduction. As urbanization and industrialization continues to compound the problem of environmental noise level across the world, the noise level increases. Then population growth coupled with vehicular, industrial, and social activities greatly contributes to another increase in noise level. Low perception of noise levels by individuals is due to the direct involvement in everyday activities. The University of Lagos. Okay. Please, can you see my slide?
Excuse me, the presentation is managed by another account, but it doesn't move.
Okay.
The presenter, okay, now it's okay, please. Now we lost.
Oh. I am so sorry about that. I'll be sharing my screen now.
I think it's better. Or, okay. The presenter needs to follow up the PowerPoint slide. Okay, please go on. Thank you.
So on the background study,
You can go on.
No, I'm trying to share my own slide.
Okay, then the other one gotta unshare. All right, whatever you want.
Okay.
Now it's okay, you can proceed. Thank you.
Yes, so on the background study.
I need to close the other account's microphone.
Okay, I'll do that myself.
Which one? I don't know from which
Yeah.
one do you speak, but I need to
I
close one
have,
of
it's
them.
fine. I've done that.
Okay. All right.
Can you hear
Please.
me now?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, so on the background study, the University of Lagos, being the study area, continues to grow as an urban hub of academic, commercial, and social activities, which has resulted in the regular increase in high level. This increase now has negatively impact on the auditory abilities, reading abilities, and cognitive abilities, which now make it very important to assess the impact of increasing noise level in this environment on human health for immediate mitigation. After making our after making our site observation, we realized that the current noise level in the University of Lagos has exceeded the tolerable limit set by WHO, that's the World Health Organization, and the National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agency, which has prompted the first impetus to access the associated health issues with noise level rise on the campus. That's the University of Lagos. So this is our study area, the University of Lagos, located in Lagos State, Nigeria. During this during this project, the instrument used was the X-Tech 407730 sound meter, and the lifespan of the field observation lasted for 3 days. During this observation, noise level were taken at 34 different monitoring stations, 9 academic stations, 6 commercial and industrial stations, 3 different residential stations, 1 public outdoor, 9 traffic stations, 1 hospital outdoor, 4 conservation areas, and then 1 recreational area. After the field observation, we then shared a questionnaire remotely via Google Forms to acquire information about the impact of noise level variation on people staying on campus. I mean, people staying inside the University of Lagos. Then the summary of the questions are: how often do you experience earache, headaches, and do you feel dizzy? How often do you experience ringing in the ear? Do you experience changes in your mood or attitude after prolonged exposure to noise on campus? How well do you concentrate beyond noise level demonstrated? Beyond noise level, beyond noise levels deemed moderate to you. What noise sources generally irritates you the most? Then after sharing this questionnaire, we had 324 results, which shows that, which is on the table 1 and 2. This shows that 29% of our respondents do not feel change in mood after being exposed in high noise level, while 68% of the respondents do have change in mood. And also, the second table shows the variation in noise level on assimilation within the University of Lagos. As University of Lagos is so 0.9% of our respondents do not have any effect. 9.6 of our respondents have absolute loss of concentration. 5.6 of our respondents can assimilate excellently. Then 45.4 fairly well, 25% slightly, 13.6 very well. This result is then presented on a bar chart and pie chart. On this bar chart, we can see the relative frequency of earache, headache, dizziness, sleeping difficulty, and tinnitus from the response of our correspondents. I mean the effect of noise level on our correspondents. Same on this pie chart. On this pie chart, we can see that 49.8 of our correspondents rarely experience earache, while 9.4 often experiences that, then 8.5% experiences earache every time. This pie chart shows the rate of noise level. I mean, how high or low noise level is in the school environment at various points and times. And from here, we can see that in the afternoon, late evening, and early evening, we have an increase in noise level. But then late morning and early morning, we have a fair result of noise level. So from this, we could deduct that 9% of the survey respondents identified sleeping difficulties and headache as effect of exposure to high noise level from varying sources on campus. In like manner, the number of dizziness and ear ringing is about 2% of all the respondents in this study. Then the study also collated likely sources of high noise level within the University of Lagos. In conclusion, among several health issues like itching ear, dizziness, stress, poor concentration, the major health issues highly associated within persistent noise level rise at the University of Lagos campus are headaches and sleep difficulties. Ear ringing was also identified as a possible severe condition among students or visitors on university campus. The major source of irritating noise within the campus were found to include social activity, human engagement, and construction activities. So with this, we recommend that the university management set up adequate sensitization programs and regulations that will help to check prolonged exposure to noise within the University of Lagos community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. While I'm waiting for the questions for you, the next presenter will be Caleb Ogmeta on application of GIS and analytical hierarchy process for flood vulnerability assessment in Adamawa catchment, Nigeria. If he's ready, or she, I don't know, the presenter can share the screen with us. So, Ms. Adebor Ahmad, can you unshare your screen, please? Thank you.
I don't know.
Hello.
I don't know if my screen is visible right now. Hello.
Yes,
is my screen visible?
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you. But remove my camera first. Let's check.
A minute, sir.
Yeah, it is better.
A minute, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. Just make the full screen of the PDF or PowerPoint what you have in order not to see the other items on your mobile phone.
Sir? Not is missing up. A second, sir, please.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Okay. Hello, sir. Can my screen be visible now?
Yeah. You can proceed with like that. Don't worry. We can see the slides.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yes. I'm looking on. I'm Caleb Ogbeta, and I'm presenting an application of GIS and analytical hierarchical process (AHP) for flood vulnerability assessment in Adamawa catchment, Nigeria. Good day, everyone, and welcome, everyone. On my outline, I'll be talking about the introduction, the study area, the methods, the results, the conclusion, and recommendation. The problem of flooding is a major concern globally, and recent years, the frequency and severity of flooding has actually grown internationally. In the recent case in the United States, and also in other parts in Africa and Asia as a whole. Flooding have negative impacts on population and environment, and flooding is among the most devastating natural hazards in the world, which has claimed more lives and caused damage to property and infrastructure. Moreover, there have been catastrophic floods in the US, in Poland, in Czech Republic, and also Nigeria in the year 2012. That's to just name a few countries. Flood events can occur at any moment, and it has a variety of several repercussions, which includes property damage, interruption of human operations, and the spread of numerous illnesses, that sicknesses such as cholera and typhoid. Now, flood problem among the Benue River in Adamawa have affected more communities in recent times, and there's increasing vulnerability of populations and infrastructures to flooding and flood-related hazard. Now, with the use of GIS, flood losses can be addressed through a number of applications. For instance, a flood risk map can be used by insurance agents, property owners, and floodplain managers can also look at a map to assess where a property is within a mapped floodplain or other risk zone. Now, the collaborative effort whereby utilizing data from remote sensing and spatial analysis in geographical information system will help a better understanding of the various levels of vulnerability and risks in a region. Now, this paper presents a set of criteria for examining flood vulnerability in the Adamawa catchment using geographical information system techniques and AHP. Now, in the study area, Adamawa catchment in Nigeria is located along River Benue in the upper Benue, Nigeria basin. The Adamawa catchment, which is a part of the upper Benue, Nigeria basin, has an area of 6,859 kilometers square. And now, in terms of the methods, the criteria used, which was 7, includes drainage, rainfall distribution, bedrock, the land use land cover, elevation, slope, and soil. These criteria were reviewed from previous literature and utilized in investigating flood vulnerability in this study. Now, these criteria were actually gotten from the secondary data from various sources, including drainage map, the drainage density map, which was produced using the SRTM 30 meters resolution gotten from the Earth Explorer, and also the rainfall distribution map gotten from the Person CHRS, and also the land cover map gotten from the Landsat series, and also the elevation also gotten from the SRTM data. Now, an empirical approach through the integration of multi-criteria AHP and the GIS techniques was adopted for this analysis. AHP is a multi-criteria decision method that uses hierarchical structures to represent the problems. Now, priorities for alternatives are then developed based on the judgment of the users. Now, the following steps were taken based on the works of Satie, 1980, and Lee et al., 2008, to achieve the objectives of the study. Now, the first step, which is the criteria selection, and I mentioned earlier that 7 criteria were used for these studies, and those 7 criteria which were being reviewed were utilized for these studies and were selected. Secondly, was development of the pairwise comparison map, which will be showed in the next slides, and also the computation of the criterion weights. This computation of the criteria weight was necessary to allocate weight to the respective criteria in according to how they influence flood in the study area. Next was a consistency check, which was to check how valid the method is being used. And next is the generation of the thematic map. The generation of the thematic map for the 7 criteria was also done, whereby this thematic map were assigned weight according to the criterion weight which was gotten from the computation in the pairwise comparative maps, and thereby they were being summed up together to produce a final vulnerability map. Now, each of the layers were reclassified into 4 classes and were overlaid by computing their various weighted values from AHP techniques using the weighted sum analysis in ArcGIS environment, and further constructed the final vulnerability map as provided in the equation below. Now, the equation which shows the flood vulnerability zone map, which is equal to the summation of the weight for each thematic map and the reclassified map. Now, the weight for each thematic map was multiplied with the reclassified map, and now this was summed up for the various 7 criteria maps. Now, the map produced was categorized into 4 levels, which are the not vulnerable class level, the less vulnerable level, the vulnerable level, and the high vulnerable level. And these vulnerable level are in respect to flood risk within that zone. Now, the point comparison matrix, which was shown in table 1, now it showed the land cover for the elevation, for the rainfall, for the geology, for the soil, for the drainage density, and also for the slope. Now, these fraction values in the pairwise comparison matrix was further reduced to decimal values, and the sum of each column is calculated, and then the matrix was normalized as depicted in table 2. Further, the weights were calculated by averaging the entire element along the row, and percentage weight was computed. These calculated weights now were used in GIS software for weighted sum analysis of the flood factors to produce a flood vulnerability map. In essence of the weights, in respect to the weight, the drainage density has the highest weight percentage, which is 33.661%, and followed by the rainfall, which at 24.095%. And the least weight was assigned to the land cover, which had a 2.688%. Now, current values in table 3 was obtained by multiplying the total values of the pairwise comparison matrix, that is the sum of each column obtained by this criteria weights, and which gave an agent value of 7.748. Now, since the total number of factors, which is 7, which is the 7 factors which were being used to assess flood vulnerability in the study area, was used to validate the reliability of this approach and results, a consistency ratio of 0.0944 was determined from the judgment process. Now, the consistency ratio, which was less than 0.10, now concludes that the pairwise matrix is reasonably consistent for this study. Now, furthermore, maps were produced for each of the factors considered and reclassified in order to achieve the required uniform scale for the layers needed as inputs for the final flood vulnerability mapping. Now, the resulting map layer was then reclassified into 4 classes, which we mentioned earlier. That is the non-vulnerability class, the less vulnerable class, the vulnerable class, and the highly vulnerable class to produce the final flood vulnerability map. And now, these different zones were delineated with graduated scale depending on the degree of vulnerability. Now, from the map and the results that was being gotten from the final vulnerability map, it was observed that the River Benue and its tributaries are areas highly vulnerable to flood in the catchment, and therefore they might significantly contribute to flooding events. Results of the analysis reveal that the flood vulnerable and highly vulnerable areas, that is the high vulnerable area and the vulnerable area, those are the 2 high classes in the vulnerable classes, account for 48% of the total study area, and only 19.8% of the area is not vulnerable to flood. This is actually being shown in table 4, which depicted the detailed statistics of the flood vulnerability distribution. Now, for the high vulnerable area, which actually obtained an area in kilometer square of 1,110 and had an area in percentage of 16.859%, followed by the vulnerable class, which had a percentage of 31.840, and also the less vulnerable and having a 31.440%. Now, the not vulnerable classes, which are the second to lowest percentage, had a 19.897%, which shows that 19.897% of the study area is actually not vulnerable to flood, and 48% is actually vulnerable to flood. Now, in conclusion, the goals of this present study are to examine the physical factors influencing the flood vulnerability and identify flood-prone zones in the Adamawa catchment. This is important to decision makers and for future research because it provides base information for flood control and vulnerability management. Our recommendations for further research is that researchers in the discipline of hazard and political ecology are expected to continue their investigation into the underlying causes of the unfair urban landscape and people's susceptibility to hazard. Secondly, early flood warning systems, quick reaction mechanism and outfit, strict compliance to zoning and construction principles, waste evacuation and drainage system maintenance, likewise, public awareness campaign on flooding and other environmental damage, also an ongoing rehabilitation and aids of victims as governments, individuals, non-governmental organizations are advised, and thus the synergy amongst these stakeholders is urged in order to combat flood in this particular study area and other regions likewise. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. It has been a nice contribution to the existing body of literature about the flood susceptibility maps. The criteria and the boundaries seem very well. Thank you. Is there any question to the presenter? While we are expecting the questions, the next presenter will be Mr. Inyang. Can you share the screen with us? There's no question, by the way, Mr. Ogbeta. Thank you so much. Mr. Abasinyang, are you there? You can share your screen with us. It's your time. Can you open up your microphone, please? Yeah, hello. Hello, we can hear you. You have 10 minutes. You can start. Thank you.
Okay. The paper is on location analysis of 1 minute. Let me.
We lost the screen view.
Okay. Hello?
Again, it's coming. Just okay, now it's okay now. Please proceed. Thank you.
Okay, location analysis of infrastructural facilities in selected oil and non-oil producing areas of Akwa Ibom State. The authors of the paper we all know that the development of any spatial system, be it urban or rural, rests on the stock, the quantity and the functionality, and most importantly, the optimality in infrastructural facilities. This is because infrastructures help influence greatly the economic growth of an economy. It helps to improve the quality of life of the people in the system and also impact on the reducing poverty level. However, in assessing the development of any economy and the people that are in it, it is advised that the provision of infrastructure must always avoid compromise in distribution, inequity in distribution. This is also because a greater percentage, for instance, a greater percentage, about 70% of the Sustainable Development Goals currently, the Sustainable Development Goal target, 70% of its target is influenced by availability and the distribution, most importantly, the distribution of infrastructural facilities. The study area is Akwa Ibom State, and Akwa Ibom State is a state in the southern part of Nigeria, and it is a key player in the oil production sector. Actually, Akwa Ibom State is the highest oil producing state in Nigeria currently, while Nigeria is the highest in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, the argument, however, is that juxtaposing the level of earning that has been derived in the oil sector in the States, and also juxtaposing it with the level of infrastructure facilities, the level of provision, and the distribution of these infrastructure facilities calls for concern. And this leads to issues of how to improve the living standard of the people, which is directly linked to how they can access these infrastructure facilities, because accessibility also is influenced by how these facilities are distributed. Also, the distribution of these facilities is another issue which mostly are urban biased. And another issue is how to integrate the end users of these facilities into the provision process. Currently, the delivery platform of services, and in this regard, infrastructure facilities, Akwa Ibom State is devoid of a workable delivery framework that could give rise to a situation where services or infrastructures are distributed with spatial balance in view. And most importantly, in appreciating the efficiency of infrastructure facilities, in appreciating its efficacy, one of the elements to look at is the location of this facility in space, which brings the discipline of geography, which makes geography very interesting in this regard. Hence, it is important to look at the stock of the infrastructure profile through the service areas that this infrastructure are being saved, and also the conformity assessment of the existing infrastructures to some certain standards. This study involves a location analysis of infrastructure facilities comparatively in selected 20 communities in the oil and non-oil producing areas of Akwa Ibom State, with a view to model the service areas of the existing infrastructure and also their conformity to optimal location zones. This will also help to demonstrate the possibility of operationalizing the problem of coverage and optimality in allocating scarce resources, which actually is a problem that faces most decision development planning. And this is the study area showing the oil and the non-oil producing areas, the oil producing areas and the non-oil producing areas. The infrastructures that were selected were limited to health, water, small-scale industries, and commercial infrastructures. These were selected because they are critical input in satisfying the basic needs of man. Man can survive. In fact, man cannot survive without these infrastructures. And these infrastructures are how do I put it? They portray the culture, the local culture of the study area. For education, we have the primary, the secondary, adult education center, and skill acquisition center. For the health, primary health centers, clinic, cottage hospital, and general hospitals for choosing. For water, borehole, pipe-borne water, and wells, hand-dug wells. For the small-scale industry, the oil palm mills, the cassava mills, and for the commercial infrastructure, we have the rural market and for banks. You know, this infrastructure also falls into the threshold of development indicators that are being used by World Bank. And in assessing the welfare status of any rural setting, these just are the ones that are always looked at and taken into consideration. But for the methodology, the existing infrastructures in the study area were being inventoried with the use of a handheld GPS, and then the coordinates were later converted. The existing infrastructures were mapped with a GPS device. The georeference coordinates of the infrastructures were later saved as a text file, and were imported into the ArcGIS environment as an event file. The event file was, however, converted into a future class in the database file type for further spatial analysis. For the location analysis, 3 steps analytical procedures were carried out with the service area network analysis, the conformity assessment, that is the buffer, circular buffer analysis, and then the minimized impedance distance analysis to nearest facilities to demand. We all know that the ArcGIS software has many functions that assist researchers and even policymakers in selecting optimal location for service delivery, determine areas where provided services can serve, and allocate demand to those services by minimizing distance. And one of such functions is the location allocation model, which is the model that was used in this analysis. So location allocation model normally is a process of reaching an optimal location for one or more facilities that can service demand. It also determines the number of these facilities that can save demand based on a standard distance or time. So for this, as I had already said, a 3-step approach was adopted, which were the service area network analysis, the infrastructure conformity assessment, which has to do with the circular buffer analysis, and then the minimized impedance distance location technique, which is the nearest facility to demand. There were the three that were used and are applied in the study. The service area network analysis helped in delineating service around each facility based on a specified standard, in this case, distance, to know the areas or the community that are within or without the service areas of the infrastructures. While the circular buffer analysis was used to create buffers around each demand point. Demand point in this case, we use the communities as demand points based on a fixed distance, a fixed standard, and or to show the facilities that are within the optimal location zones. Well, the minimized impedance distance technique, also known as the P-median problem, was applied in this study using the existing infrastructure as the candidate location and the communities as the demand. So the GIS network tools was used. The first step of the procedure was the creation of a network geodatabase in the ARC catalog. The network database is in this was basically the road networks that was used, and then the road networks of the oil and the non-oil producing areas were digitized. After creating the road network database, the second step was adding the candidate facilities, which are the infrastructure facilities in the oil and the non-oil producing area. The needed data layers for the location and location analysis were created from the GIS network analysis toolbox. So the network analysis classes, the facilities and the demand point in these layers were initially set to be empty so that the algorithm can load selected features into them as the location model progresses. So the candidate infrastructures, as I already said, the education infrastructure, health, water, small scale industry, and the commercial infrastructures were added into the network analysis class as a facility based on their categories. So the categories of education, health, water, small scale, and commercial infrastructures, comprising about all of them were about 368 infrastructure points, were loaded into the network analysis class as candidate facilities based on category by category. And the next step was adding the demand, which is actually the communities in the oil and the non-oil producing areas. Then the final step was setting the impedance cutoff. The standard distance that was used was 1 kilometer for all water facilities. This is suggested by WHO and UNICEF. 1.5 kilometer for all educational facilities, and then 1 kilometer for primary health centers, and 3 kilometers for general hospitals. However, 1.5 kilometer was used for rural markets and banks. Rural markets and banks that stood for the commercial infrastructures, because 1.5 kilometer, according to literature, is an excellent regular accessibility distance. For the results, 20 maps were produced, shows the service areas, the infrastructure conformity assessment, and the location and location ratio. The slides here shows the education infrastructure location analysis, and from these maps, it shows that all the communities in the oil and the non-oil producing areas are within the service area of education and water infrastructure. While these are also the maps for the water infrastructures. These ones are for the education infrastructures. These are for water infrastructure. So all the communities are within the service areas of education and water infrastructures. While 7 communities in each of these areas, in each of the oil and non-oil producing areas, are within the service area of commercial infrastructure. For the health infrastructure, the oil producing area has most of its community within the service area of health infrastructure, while the small scale, the non-oil area, has most of its communities within the service area of small scale industries. Aggregately, conformity assessment shows that about 97% of all the existing infrastructures in the oil producing area are within the optimal location zone, while 85% of the existing infrastructure in the non-oil producing are within the optimal location, though that means that the oil producing area has infrastructures that are more infrastructures that are optimally located than the non-oil producing areas. Conclusion, from the analysis, it can be seen that all communities in both areas are within the service areas of education and water infrastructures. 7 communities in each area are within commercial infrastructure service area, while the oil producing area has most of its communities within the service area of health infrastructure, while the non-oil producing area has most of its community within the service area of small-scale industry infrastructures. The oil producing area has 97% of the existing infrastructures that are optimally located, while the non-oil producing area has 85% optimally located infrastructure. And 21.3% of all of the existing infrastructures were selected as being closest to demand in the oil producing area, while 70.6% of the infrastructures are closest to demand in the non-oil producing area. A recommendation. However, these results suggest that there is an uneven allocation of infrastructure facilities between the oil and the non-oil producing area, with a higher percentage of the oil producing area located in the optimal location zones are serviced by these infrastructure facilities. Hence, it is recommended that there should be an enhanced infrastructure investment, especially in areas that are outside the infrastructure service area, areas that are being underserved, and also the use of location models when it comes to service provision, which will help to promote equity and spatial balance in the distribution of services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask a question. Did you present this study to another conference? Because there was another conference title underneath your presentation.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Did you present your paper or presentation to any other event? Because there was another conference name underneath your presentation, 2020.
2020?
Yeah, there was a name of conference underneath your presentation. I ask you whether did you present this paper to somewhere else?
No.
Okay, it was just a copy and paste error, right?
Yes, it's an error. Actually, it's an error.
Okay.
I think it's editing
the
error.
papers the papers should be shouldn't be presented somewhere else in order to have an originality content, because we are aiming at having a Scopus index. So this is very important issue. We shouldn't match with other events. So that's why I ask it. Thank you so much, sir. And the next presenter will be Mr. Oluwayemi, and he's going to present us mapping federal government dams in Nigeria. If he's ready.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. Mr. Oluwayemi, can you switch off the speaker of the other device, because it's making echoes? Now it's okay. Okay, please proceed now.
Good morning. Yeah.
Mr. Oluwayemi, can you switch off the speaker of other devices, please? It's making echoes. We cannot hear you completely.
Okay, we are talking now. Hello. Is it better?
Is it better? Definitely. Thank you. You have 10 minutes. Is it better now? Is it better? It is better now. Do you have 10 minutes?
Can you hear me, please?
Yeah. Okay, please proceed. Thank you.
Is it better?
Yes, it's better. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the initial issues. It was due to some technical error. I'll be making presentation on mapping of federal government dams in Nigeria. And I'm Oluwayemi Shola Samuel from University of Lagos with my colleague Olaiwola A. A dam is a structure built across a river or stream to hold back water, and it's been used over the time by people for agricultural and different purposes. Dams are built, they are constructed with different materials, artificial and natural materials with years. Nigeria being a vast country, we have so many water bodies surrounding the country, and over time, the different dams have been constructed in the country by different governments over the years, and we want to map these dams to show their location and their spread within the country. The methodology which was adopted was to get the data of the different dams, their location across the country, and this we got from the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, which is at the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja, which was given to us in Excel file. With this, we were able to import it into an ArcGIS software to build the geodatabase upon which our results and analysis were generated. Dams have different categories and they are spread across the country in many states. So the information which we had contained the names, the sizes of those dams, the states, the coordinates of those dams, the types, the heights, purpose, and the year that they were constructed. So for the database creation, the Excel data were imported into the ArcGIS environment, which each dam location plotted. And with this, the attribute querying was easier. Here is the first map showing the spread of the dams across the country. We can see from the map that the dams are spread along across the country, but they are just scattered all over the places. Nigeria currently has 36 states. The country, as it were, having 36 states, is further subdivided into 6 geopolitical zones. So each of these geopolitical zones has different number of states within them. We have the North Central, which has 6 states, which is Niger, Kogi, Benue, Plateau, Nasarawa, Kwara, including the Federal Capital Territory. We have the Northeast, which has 6 states, Bauchi, Borno, Taraba, Adamawa, Gombe, and Yobe. We have the Northwest, which has 7 states, Zamfara, Sokoto, Kaduna, Kebbi, Katsina, Kano, and Jigawa. We have the Southeast with 5 states, which has Enugu, Imo, Ebonyi, Abia, and Anambra. We have the South-South, which has 6 states, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, Edo, Rivers, Cross River, and Delta. And we have the Southwest states, the Southwest Geopolitical Zone with 6 states, Oyo, Ekiti, Osun, Ondo, Lagos, and Ogun. Here is the map of the country showing the 6 geopolitical zones of the country, which were listed earlier: the Northwest, the Northeast, the North Central, which contains the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. We have the Southwest, Southeast, and the South-South. Now, the dams in Nigeria, they are classified into the various categories and types according to construction material, the classification based on the construction material. And the classification based on the construction materials, they are classified into whether they are earth-fill, rock-fill, homogeneous, zoned, and concrete dams. All this information we got from the Federal Ministry of Works. Now, the country has 8 hydrological zones for the entire country. So here is the map showing the 8 hydrological zones which we have for the country. Each of these hydrological zones falls or splits into the geopolitical zones in and out, as could be seen from the map. So having carried out our analysis. We got the results. The results indicate that although the dams were spread across the country, across the different geopolitical zones, their numbers at each geopolitical zone varies. We have the North Central zone. Let me take us back. We have the North Central zone there, which has the highest number of dams in the country, then followed by the Southwest, then the Northwest, then you have the Northeast having the second largest number of dams in the country, and then the South, and the Southeast. For the capacity of the dams or the category, the types of dams which we have in the country, the large dams are the highest. We have them, the largest type of dams you have in the country are the large dams, then followed by the small dams, and then the medium dams are the smallest. And for the proportion, for the spread, considering the type of materials or the structures for the dams, we have the majority of the dams in the country, they are earth-filled types of about 64%, while the concrete dams are 20%, the homogeneous are 13%, the rock-filled type are 4%, while the zoned, they are around 2%, as shown in the following information. So we could say that with the pie chart information. Here is the number of dams with respect to the 8 hydrological zones which we have in the country. Don't forget, we showed us earlier, here are the 8 hydrological zones which we have in the country. So the dams, they are spread with respect to the 8 hydrological zones in the country. Shows that the number 7 hydrological zone, or the number 8 has the largest, which is 22, then followed by number 7, which is 19%, and then number 6, which is 17%. We have 5, which is number 5, which is 14%, and then it reduces that way down to the last. So the discussion, although this paper did not investigate the guiding factor in citing the dams, it is, however, obvious that the federal government dams in the country spread through the parts of the country, but did not cover all the states. Different geopolitical zones have varying numbers, and the majority are earth-filled. As we've shown earlier, majority of the dams in the country, they are earth-filled. So in conclusion, more dams are needed to cover the entire country and to meet the people's needs. The government alone cannot continue to shoulder it, so should embrace private participation in the people's interest so as to meet the water needs of the people, the agricultural, the power needs, and various needs of the people with the dams. So thank you all for this presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation. Is there any question from the audience? Mr. Inyang is...
Yes, yes. Hello?
Yeah. Do you have any question to the presenter?
Yes, while thank you, Mr. Shola. While he was presenting, I heard, but I think when he was concluding, will I say it was an answer that he gave? My question was, he said the dams that you mapped varies, there is variation. So my question is, why this variation? There must be some factors, there must be some drivers that are responsible for this variation of dams in the country. I didn't really look at the concluding part, what you said there, whether it's an answer that you gave. I think the answer to this question would have given the paper more credit, would have contributed more to the paper, other than just mapping the spatial spread. The spatial spread of the dam, then why the spread? Why is it so? Why is this pattern so? What are the factors that are responsible for the pattern of the spread that you have discovered? That's my question. I don't know. Okay. You say, although the paper did not investigate the guiding factors inciting the dam. Okay, no, this is just factors inciting the dam. My question is, why the variation? Why do we have more in the north than in the southwest? There must be a reason. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, the dams, as I said, this, if you look at the title of the presentation, says mapping of federal government dams in Nigeria. These are dams which the federal government of the country constructed. So the federal government knows the reason why they concentrate more dams at different places of the country than the other. So I don't have information or the reason why there are more dams at a place than the other. The government knows the reason, the factors guiding the siting of the dams. This paper only centered on mapping the dams that we already have in the country. So it's not, we are not investigating the reasons behind that. The government has the answer for that, if you get me right.
Thank you so much. Oops. So the session is concluded right now. So thank you so much for your presentations and contributions to our event. And we would like to also have you in the last session, which will start at 1 o'clock. Now we have lunchtime in Turkish local time. So thank you so much, and see you an hour later. Thank you.
say you have to talk now. I know. Just to talk. Yeah, wait.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. We will start in 5 minutes. Thank you. I think the first presenter is already here. Miss Park, you will be the first, and please be sure that your microphone and system are properly working. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. This is the last session of our event. We are so happy to have you here. Actually, the session's name is Remote Sensing and Photogrammetry. There are 6 papers to be presented and registered for this session. Normally, we were expecting a guest chair from Nigeria, but she is not ready yet. I cannot see her connection right now, but I can start by myself. So the first presentation will be held by Miss or Mrs. Park from South Korea, whose paper is entitled as Comparative Analysis of Forest Change by Type of Natural Park Using Clear Cuts Method. So, Miss Park, please share your screen and open up your microphone close to your mouth. Yeah. And you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Does it work?
We can hear you, but please put the microphone closer to your mouth, please.
Okay.
That is better. And you can share the screen by pressing the Share My Screen button underneath your screen and select entire screen, and then we'll be able to see it.
Can you see it?
We are waiting. I think it's coming.
Is it working?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Let's try again. From the beginning. Press the button, and then there will be a pop-up, and the pop-up will let you select which screen, and select the entire screen, and then we'll be able to see it. That's all.
Does it work?
Not yet. Are you in mobile or laptop?
A laptop.
Laptop, okay. It should actually work. There is no problem related with the permissions.
전체 화면, total.
Miss Park,
Yeah.
let's do it like this. Can you get out of the session and reconnect, and then we'll try again. You have 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
We are waiting for Miss Park, and I think that it would be better if other presenters would introduce themselves on chat session, and then I will be able to present them. So, Miss Park, let's try again. Miss Park, are you having the same issues?
Does it work?
No, it doesn't seem. Okay, let's do something like this. Let's do something like this. First of all, we have received a message. Let me check. Yes, from the previous session, Mr. Baba Svavifiyuden. Actually, you missed your presentation. Therefore, we cannot proceed with your presentation. So as I indicated before, you need to, Mr. Baba, I'm talking to you. You need to record a 7 minutes long video and send us via email, because this is not your session, Mr. Baba. Therefore, we cannot accept your presentation now. It was before. So please send us 7 minutes long video presenting your paper, and then we will be able to proceed it, okay? So we don't have anything for you. So Miss Park, let's try again with you again. I was talking to another presenter. Let's try again for your screen sharing right now. If it doesn't work, I need to proceed with the other presenter because we are losing a couple of minutes. Maybe your laptop doesn't have a permission to share your screen. I don't know, but these things. Okay, let's skip to the other presenter. We are waiting for you. Check the connection and check the permissions of your laptop, and or try with another Meet event with your friends maybe, or other presenter can show off your presentation from another computer. So organize these things in 15 minutes. I will continue with the other presenter, which will be shallow water bathymetry using Landsat 8 imagery, example of Ibafong Creek. The authors are here. Chukwuma Okoliye, Emmanuel Ayodele, Ula Va Tobi Raji Valia Ade Dokun Olagoke Dramola Samuel Akinusi Hamid Olan Revayu. This is the next presentation. Are one of the authors here?
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Rajali Watobi is making the presentation. I think it's on the call.
Shallow water bathymetry using. Who is the presenter?
Tobi Raji. Tobi, can you unmute your mic and start?
If you have the presentation, you can start. But if another author will do it, he or she gotta be here now. So, Mr. Abdulmukin Lukman, if you are ready, we can continue with you. I think the other presenters are not ready yet. Mr. Lukman, are you there? Mr. Lukman, are you there?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
here.
since the other presenters are not ready yet, we can proceed with you if you are ready. You can share your screen with us to present accuracy assessment and conflation of digital elevation models over Kaduna State, Nigeria. Thank you. We are waiting for you. You have 10 minutes.
Okay.
We can see your presentation. And can you open up your microphone also? Sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
You have 10 minutes. Good luck.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. I am Abdulmumin Lukman, presenting on the accuracy assessment of conflation of dams, digital elevation models over Kaduna State, Nigeria. Digital elevation models are evenly spaced grids which thus contain the elevation of points on the Earth's surface corresponding with the position of the grid cells. They are also known as digital terrain models, digital surface models. Traditional techniques such as ground-based surveying was used to acquire elevation datasets. Thanks to the advancement in remote sensing technology, elevation data for hard-to-reach survey locations are now available. Due to the growth and improvement of technology, there have recently been multiple creation of various dams that were used in erosion risk assessment, flood susceptibility mapping, geomorphology, and the likes. Among these dams are the Advanced Land Observing Satellite Phased Array Type L-band synthetic aperture radar, the ALOS pulsar, the acronym, the radiometrically terrain corrected digital elevation model, that is the RTC, the shuttle radar topographical mission, that is the SRTM, the advanced space-borne thermal emission and reflection radiometer, that is the ASTA GDM models, the ALOS World 3D, that is the AW3D, that is to name just a few. These dams are notable for their good horizontal resolution and nearly worldwide coverage. Studies have demonstrated that the accuracy of dams varies from region to region. The very recently released of these DEMs, particularly the HW3D 30 and the SRTM 30, calls for opportunities to conduct localized assessments of the DEM's quality and accuracy to verify their suitability and improve on these digital elevation models using a fusion technique for a wide range of application in hydrology, geomorphology, archaeology, and many others. The process of integrating information from multiple data sources into a single one, thereby resolving differences, is called conflation. It solves misalignment issues of digital elevation models by adjusting the spatial relationship or transferring attributes between these models. Conflation can equally mean fusion. For example, there is currently no freely accessible topographical map that can easily offer topographic information for different scientific purposes in Kaduna State. And it is well known that terrestrial method of collecting geospatial data is tedious, time-consuming, and expensive. Although several studies have been carried out on the accuracy assessment and conflation of digital elevation models in different parts of the world, yet there is no comprehensive study on the vertical accuracy and conflation of these models over Kaduna State. This study hence addresses this problem. This is the study area. This is at the top left hand side, we have the map of Nigeria, and below it, that is the larger map, we have the map of Kaduna State. The data sets and sources used for this study are the SRTM 30 resolution, the ALOS pulsar, which is 12.5 meter resolution, the AW3D, which is 30 meters resolution, the ASTA, which is 30 also 30 meters resolution. Below, we can see the sites that these models can be downloaded. The downloaded digital elevation models were mosaicked and clipped, unlike the ALOS pulsar that is already projected to the WGS84 Zone 32. Other digital elevation models, the ASTADEM, the SRTM, the AW3D, were in the Geographical Coordinate System 1984. So in order to avoid errors due to varying projection system, all the other DEMs were digital elevation models were reprojected to WGS84. Thereafter, corresponding spot heights were extracted using the fish netting tool in ArcGIS. The conflation of the digital elevation models using the multiple linear regression model. When it comes to merging different variables, regression analysis is crucial. By combining digital elevation models from many sources, the purpose of employing multiple regression models in elevation models is to achieve a reduced height error probability and improved dependability. The multiple linear regression model is represented in the equation 1, as can be seen, where A, B, C, and D are respective coefficient, and K is the constant, and Y is the fused digital elevation model that is to be produced after merging all the digital elevation models used. Corresponding heights from 15 points plain terrain and 12-point hilly terrain were obtained from different digital elevation models generated from the 4 models used and were compared with ground control points, that is the GCP. The table table 2 depicts, which is in the manuscript, depicts the descriptive statistics for height, for spot heights for plain terrain, from which it is obvious that the calculated standard error, mean deviation, and sample variance from the ASTADEM is closer to those of the ground control points, than those obtained from the ALOS pulsar, the AW3D, and the SRTM. The descriptive statistics from the spot heights as presented in Table 2 clearly show the poor relationship of ALOS pulsar, AW3D, and SRTM digital elevation models when compared to the ground control points. This figure present the variation of spot heights from plane terrain from the various sources of digital elevation models, and it is clear that the Amsterdam and AW3D digital elevation models tend to be closer to the reference sources more than anyone. Figure 3 depicts the descriptive statistics for spot heights for hilly terrain, from which it is obvious that the calculated standard error, standard deviation, and sample variance from the AW3D is closer to those of the ground control points than those of the ALOS Pulsar, Amsterdam, and the SRTM digital elevation models. This clearly shows the poor relationship of ALOS Pulsar, Amsterdam, and SRTM digital elevation models when compared to the other data sources under investigation. This is figure 3, and it represents the variation of spot heights for hilly terrain from the various sources of digital elevation models, and it is clear that the AW3D and SRTM digital elevation models tend to be closer to the reference sources more than any other. The overall spot heights estimation performance of the fused dam. The digital elevation model for the study area was fused and subsequently tested for the hilly and plain test sites, while considering ALOS Pulsar as the reference digital elevation model to test the accuracy of the fused dam. Corresponding spot heights for the 15 points for plain terrain and the 12 points for hilly terrain were extracted respectively. Table 4 depicts the descriptive statistics for the spot heights for the fused plain terrain, from which it is obvious that the calculated standard error, standard deviation, and the sample variance from the fused dam is closer to those of the ground control points than those of the ALOS Pulsar, ASTA digital elevation model, the AW3D, and the SRTM digital elevation models. This is the table 4, and we can see the mean, the standard error, the median, the standard deviation, the sample variance, the kurtosis, the skewness, the range, minimum, maximum, the sum, the count, the confidence level, all shows, and it clearly showed that that of the fused dam is closer to ground control points than all the other digital elevation models. So also, the overall spot height estimation for the performance of the fused dam was also tested on on the hilly terrain, from which it is obvious that the calculated standard error, the standard deviation, the sample variance from the fused dam is closer to those of the ground control points than those of the digital elevation models used. In conclusion, these digital elevation models are used for the creation of relief maps, rendering of 3D visualization, modeling of water flow for hydrology or mass movement. In this study, we assess the reliability and fusion of 4 freely available elevation data, that is the ALOS Pulsar, the AW3D, the ASTA, and the SRTM, for public use. Using the multiple linear regression model technique, the 4 digital elevation models were fused and tested over 2 different terrain, that is the hilly and the plain terrain, as explained earlier. The fused dam tend to have an improvement with respect to reference ground control points of the terrain. Finally, it is important to point out the accuracy of the digital elevation models to be properly understood before they are utilized in variant application. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir. We are so glad to have in your presentation. Is there any question from the audience? I suppose not. Miss Park, since you are at the midnight zone, I would like to give you priority. You are in the South Korea, so it's kind of late there. We are in the afternoon now. It's very late there. So if you have not any problem with your screen sharing, please, let's proceed with you. Can you open up your microphone first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
Not at all.
Is it work?
Yes, it's now work.
Oh,
Finally. And you have
Finally.
10 minutes. Good luck.
actually, I delete the vaccine program.
You have 10 minutes. Good luck.
Yep. Good afternoon, and I'm in a park from National Institute of Ecology in Korea. I'm going to present the comparative analysis of forest change by type of natural park using clear-cut methods. A natural park is a system in which protected areas are designated and managed for the conservation and sustainable use of natural ecosystems. In Korea, there are 4 types of natural parks. The management provisions for natural parks are equally applied to all 4 types, but a management authority differs depending on the types of park. National parks is managed by central government, and provisional parks and county parks are managed by local government, regional local government, and basic local government. To compare the national park and provisional park, similar size of the park and similar distance of city were selected as the target sites. And in consideration of the distance size of the city, 2 each in metropolitan area and non-metropolitan area were selected. NDVI differences of each sites were examined for 5 years after the productions of land cover map by the Ministry of Environment. And following the OSIS method, the grade of clear cut was calculated based on the forest area of the land cover map, like this one. Few clouds images were selected to minimize the analysis error. And after the analysis, among the 3 grades, the objects presumed to be cloud and cloud shadows were manually deleted. And the surrounding of the protected area was also analyzed 5 kilometers from the boundary. Here is the result. The ratio of the clear-cut area to total forest area did not show a significant difference according to the type of the natural park. And the blue is the national park and white is the provisional park. And the difference according to the size of the city were not large, and similar results were obtained inside and outside the boundary too. However, within the boundary, the ratio of grade 3 clear-cut area to total area of clear-cut was larger in provisional parks than in national parks. The maximum value was also larger in provisional parks than in national parks. And this means more heavily damaged clear-cut area are appearing and larger clear-cut areas are occurring in provisional parks. In the case of clear-cut land type, various types were analyzed for each site. Here is the results of the Bukhansan National Park. Within the boundary, around temples and this is cultural heritage excavation was analyzed as grade 3, and changes around the highland bedrock areas were analyzed as a grade 1 and 2. around the boundary, a development area such as housing complexes and deforested area in the edges and military facility was analyzed. This is cloud and cloud shadow, so I delete it manually. Next is Namansansang Provisional Park. Within the boundary, military facility and deforested area in the forest edge was analyzed. And this is cloud and cloud shadow. It was deleted too. Around the boundary, the large housing complexes and small housing complexes are analyzed, and the forest area in the forest edge was analyzed too. Next is Gyeongsan National Park in non-metropolitan. Within the boundary, this one and this one is landslide occurred in 2018. And this one is changes around residential areas located in the Park Village district. Limited development work is possible in Park Village district. Actually, this district have to work as a buffer, but it doesn't. Around the boundary, there is many deforested area in the forest edge, and arable land that has readjustment project was analyzed too. The last is the Daedunsan Provincial Park in non-metropolitan area. Within the boundary, there is a relatively large deforested area in the forest edge was analyzed, and bare areas around the roads was also analyzed inside the boundary. Around the boundary, there are many deforested areas in the forest edge. This red one is all the deforested area, and arable land is all analyzed too. In summarize, within the boundary, various types of clear cut were analyzed for each site. There is no difference according to the size of the city, but marginal deforestation areas, which could not be seen inside the national park boundary, was found inside the provisional park boundary. Around the boundary, difference according to the size of the city was found. In metropolitan areas, development areas such as apartment complexes and deforested area in the forest edge were analyzed. And in non-metropolitans, many deforested areas in forest edge were analyzed, and arable land was analyzed. It was also observed that the grade 3 area appeared immediately adjacent to the boundary, even though there was one forest connected to inside the boundary. But they can destroy this forest.
Ms. Park, you have 2 minutes more. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. This means there is no sufficient buffer zone when setting the boundaries, and buffer area cannot perform its original function. Let's skip discussion. Conclusion. Through the analysis of the status of clear cut, I confirm that forest change were different depending on the type of the natural park. To minimize changes in forest in natural parks, it is necessary to supplement the management system so that the provisional parks can be managed similarly to the national parks. It is need to develop a plan to secure sufficient buffer zone when setting the boundaries of the protected area and determining the use districts. To this end, future research that identifies landscape species and minimum survival area for them to be maintained is needed. And additionally, to drive the minimum buffer area that can perform its original function is needed. Okay, thank you very much for attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Park.
Thank you.
It has been a nice contribution, and we are looking forward to having you here for the following events. Does the audience have a question for Ms. Park? It has been a nice contribution, nice topic. Thank you so much. And I think there is no question, Ms. Park, for you.
Yeah.
And we will proceed to the shallow water bathymetry using Landsat 8 imagery by Mr. Ade Dokun.
Yeah, Miss Adejokun.
Sorry. You can
Ade-
share your screen with us, and you have 10
Okay,
minutes.
thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Window. Share. Just can you see my screen? Can everyone see my screen, please?
Yes, we can see it. You have 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting shallow water bathymetry using Landsat 8 imagery and an example of Ibafon Creek in Lagos State, Nigeria. So for this presentation, I'm going through the introduction, the study area, data set used, the methods that we used, the results, and then our conclusion from this presentation. So for our introduction, we already know that there are several techniques that are used for bathymetry and for satellite-derived imagery. And then we know that a lot of researchers have already been researching about satellite-derived bathymetry, and they've already published into journals and conference papers. But despite the global awareness for this research, there has still been a very low uptake of satellite-derived bathymetry by the hydrographic researchers and the professional and the agencies in Africa. So we're going to present a study that demonstrates the potential of satellite-derived bathymetry for estimating bathymetry of shallow water in Lagos State, Nigeria. So our study area is Ibafon Creek, is in Lagos State, and is an inlet to the Badagry Creek that opens into the Atlantic Ocean. It covers a length of 5.4 kilometers from Ibafon to Festac. So this Ibafon Creek is entering into Badagry Creek from this diagram. So we used we acquired a few data from the Department of Survey and Geoinformatics, University of Lagos, and also we downloaded our Landsat imagery from the USGS website, and that both 2020 data. So for our methods, we used the procedure that is approved by the IHO, which is we have to do our water separation first, then our special filtering, then we now implement the bathymetry algorithm that we want to use, then we go into the analysis session, and then we can produce and analyze our. So these are the key methods that were used, and this is the STORMS model that we used for the bathymetry, for generation of the bathymetry algorithm. So from our processing, we found out that we have our level of correlation was 0.6959. The level of
Are you okay?
So minimum, maximum depth, the range between the actual the field depth and also the estimated depth, and then their error. And also we produced a map that is showing the Landsat imagery and also the echo sounding imagery, that's the field image that we got. And from this image, we can see that we have a relatively similar depth in around Ibafon Creek, and then the depth values are varying when it enters the creek.
showing that we have like variable depth when we enter the ocean, because they are like deep depth. They are not like no longer shallow water anymore. And so it has like low variation when it enters the ocean rather than along the creek. And we also presented our data by showing a difference map that is showing the difference between the estimated depth and also the actual depth. Means that the difference between the depth that we acquired from the field and also the one from our Landsat data. So we can see that we had, and from everything, we had like a depth variation of highest of 3.3 meters, and that happened around the creek, around the edge of around Badagry Creek, and not along Ibafon Creek. And this actually shows and confirms our research that bathymetry, satellite-derived bathymetry, is actually best used during shallow water bathymetry and not in deep water. So from this research, we're able to like say that the accuracy of our estimated depth may be high, but it is not entirely accurate enough to create a nautical chart that will guide mariners. Instead of this kind of data to be used to study the effect of climate, instead this kind of data can be used to study the effect of climate change and also monitor bridge erosion, sea level rise, and general changes in coastal line features. So, and also you can also generate time series map to generate time series map to monitor the ocean. So also this data can also help scientists to study the habitat and bottom dwelling aquatic organisms. So from this research, we can use this shallow water bathymetry for a lot of things. We don't have to necessarily have to carry our echo sounders to the field every time we have to do the bathymetry of shallow water, since we have Landsat imageries and other bathymetry images that are free, other images that are free to use to produce our bathymetry imageries. So thank you very much. I hope you understood my presentation. Is any question? Hello.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We are so glad to having you here, and we are looking forward to hosting you also for the other events. It has been a nice topic. Is there any question from the audience? And Lady Okediji, I hope the pronunciation is correct. You are the next, and please share the screen with us with an open microphone. Miss Okediji, are you here?
Yes, I am. I'm about to share my screen, please.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes. You can open up your microphone, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your presentation. You have 10 minutes. Good luck.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So, okay. So, the topic of my presentation is vegetation mapping from vegetation indices using UAV-based sensors. And I'll just get right into it. So the outline, we have the introduction, the methods, the results, the discussion, analysis, we did a correlation coefficient to test, then the conclusion. Vegetation mapping, in simple terms, can be defined as the creation of maps depicting the vegetation, and it contains critical information that could serve various purposes in agriculture sector, security, education, different fields, different sectors. On the other hand, vegetation indices are widely used for vegetation mapping. But what are vegetation indices? A vegetation index is a dimensionless radiometric measure which combines information from different channels of the electromagnetic spectrum to enhance vegetation signal. So they're usually like spectral indices that we capture or that we use to like define a particular area. So a vegetation index is developed to qualitatively and quantitatively evaluate vegetation using spectral measurements in relation to agronomic parameters like biomass, and it is commonly used for extracting information from remote sensing data. So three RGB-based vegetation indices we used in this work. Popularly, whenever people hear vegetation indices, the first thing that comes to their mind is normalized difference vegetation index, which is NDVI, but it's a much spectral-based index, and it's usually a little bit more expensive to get to use, except if you're using like satellite imageries. Because we used UAV, a drone, so we made use of an RGB drone, right? So the three RGB-based indices we used in this work were the modified green-red vegetation index, MGRV red-green-blue vegetation index, RGBVI, and EXG, excessive grain index. These indices have been created over a long time. EXG, for example, was used for the first time around the late 1980s, 1990s, and it was proved to, do a great job of being able to estimate biomass in whole. But all three RGB-based indices are good alternatives to the use of spectral-based indices like NDVI, SAVI, and the rest, because one, they're easily accessible and they're cost-effective for UAV sensors. So each one was useful in estimating vegetation cover and greenness of the study area. Where is it calling me? So the sensors, okay, next thing is the sensor used. What's going on? We used a 1-inch 20 megapixel supplementary metal oxide emissive board, a DJI Phantom 4 drone. This Pro is a general purpose sensor. So sensors are devices that capture, collect, and record electromagnetic radiation. On manned area vehicles, drone is a preferred platform for sensor, and the sensor used in this work is something I already told you about. So our study area. Why is that not telling me? Can't hear me anymore. Hello? Yeah? Oh, okay, thanks.
Miss Okadeji, your presentation is not moving, as I think.
Oh, all right. Let me correct that.
Yes. Please go in parallel with your slides, otherwise we won't be able to understand your sketches and maps.
Can you see my screen now?
We can see your screen, but can you move forward and backward, please, in order to try?
Can you see it forward and backward?
Yes, we can see, but you need to click on the slide on which you explain.
Okay, great. So I've gone over vegetation mapping already, and I defined what vegetation mapping was. Can you see the vegetation mapping slide?
No, we cannot. We are seeing your study area map.
Okay.
The 7th slide.
All right, thank you.
Select
I
the
don't think
entire
it's on
screen.
slideshow.
If you select the PowerPoint only, we won't be able to see your slides moving. Just select
Okay.
entire screen instead.
All right then. Okay. Can you see it now?
it is better. You can continue from the latest information you give.
Okay, thank you. So, the sensor used in this work was a 1-inch 20 megapixel complementary metal oxide semiconductor sensor, and it was about a DJI Phantom 4 drone, which is a general purpose sensor. So, our study area was a mixed farmland in Aton, Ota, Ogun State, Nigeria. So the mixed farmland is 6 hectares. It's in Aton, and Aton Ota is a frontline town in Ado Udu Ota local government, which is one of the 19 local government areas of Ogun State in southwest Nigeria. The longitude and magnitude is given, and it's part of the southwest where like there is a balance between the rainy and dry season. So this work was done during the dry season in November 2020. Next is the methods, the methodology workflow. So image acquisition was done, image processing was done, and due mosaic was generated, and the maps of each vegetation indices. You're going to see all that in course of the presentation. Okay, so this is a DJI Phantom 4 drone, which was used in image acquisition. So it was used to capture the images of the maize farmland in Atoll. The flight was carried out at an altitude of 50 meters. The front and side overlaps used were 75%, and a total of 165 images were captured. The ground sample distance was 1.5 centimeter per pixel, and the mission was a single flight that lasted 17 minutes. These are a few of the images taken during the flight. After these images were taken, 165 in total, image processing was done using Agisoft Metashape software, and an automosaic was generated. This automosaic was then exported into ArcGIS 10.4 for further processing. So I would start displaying the results and deliverables that we generated with the ArcGIS 10.4 from now on. So the automosaic map, the map of the excessive green index, modified green red vegetation index map, and RGBV high, that's red green blue vegetation index map. So this is the automosaic map. So all 165 images were mosaiced into a single image, and this shows you the maize farmland from an altitude of 50 meters. As can be seen, the vegetative activity is not so high, especially considering the period at which the flight was done. This is the excessive green index, and as the name suggests, it basically tries to it shows like the extent of greenness in the farm. Its extent or its range is from -1 to 2, and where -1 represents areas of the lowest vegetation, while 2 or anything in the positive range represent areas with high vegetation activity. So this is the modified green red vegetation index. In literature, this index is very much recommended because of its ability to properly delineate between areas of like vegetative activity, and also like give pointers to things like biomass, things like vigor and vegetative activity in a farmland. Moreover, it's a modified form of the green red vegetation index, so it does a better job than the green red vegetation index in presenting vegetative activity. Now, this is the red, green, blue vegetation index. Both MGRVI and RGBVI run from -1 to 1, very much like NDVI. And out of the three indices, this one presented the best approximation because you can literally see like areas of lower vegetation activity and like medium vegetation activity and all. So, discussion. The extent of vegetation map, cover, and greenness can be seen from each deliverable, and from each vegetation index map, it can be observed that the level of vegetative activity is not so high. Again, this is considered due to like the season in which like the work was done or the study was observed. But individual pixel values for both RGBV high and EXG were mostly positive, while for MGRVI was mostly negative. Out of all three indices, RGBVI represented the best approximation, and as we're going to see in the next table, EXG and RGBVI correlated quite strongly. So this is the correlation coefficient. We can see we observe a correlation of 0.97442 between RGBVI and EXG, which is very strong. Also, considering the fact that most of the individual pixel values for MGRV array more on the negative side, it is understandable why it doesn't correlate as strongly with either of the other indices. In conclusion, RGB-based vegetation indices do a good job of estimating vegetation cover and grainness in a farmland, much like multispectral indices. The use of RGB-based indices presents a cost-effective method for assessing crop health status and predicting crop yield. This vegetation map provides utility both for the farmer and any other person that reads it. And the outcome of the study justifies the need for further work and any future investments to improve agricultural production. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It has been an interesting topic, and the reviewers' comments are also very positive. I remember that. Thank you so much for your participation, and we would like to see you again in the following events. Is there any question from the audience to Lady Okedici? The next presenter is Mr. Or Mrs. I don't know, Okpuru, on applications of remote sensing in solving myriads of geological problems, a review. If the presenter is ready, we can have our last presentation now. Is the presenter ready? I think he's not online right now. A couple of minutes ago, he was or she was here. Now he rejoined us. Mr. Okpuru, can you start now? This is your turn. Can you hear us? Mr. Okpuru, can you hear us? Please open up your microphone. Mr. Okpuru, please confirm that you're here and hear us. You are the last presenter. We are waiting for you. Mr. Okpuru, he left again. If he doesn't rejoin us in 1 minute, I need to conclude the event. Mr. Okpuru, can you open up your microphone, please, in order to understand whether you're ready or not? We are waiting for you. I think he has connection problems. Mr. Okpuru, we can see your screen. If you open up your mic, you are online, by the way. You don't need to rejoin again. Mr. Okpuru. And the second one. Mr. Okpuru, can you open up your microphone, please? We can see your screen. Can you hear us? Very, very strange things happening right now. Mr. Okpuru, you don't need to rejoin again. You are already seen in the screen sharing. All right, just keep in your device. One device is enough. Open up your microphone, please. Guys, next time, definitely, we need to resolve these problems. We totally lose control when you have connection and device problems during the session. What are they doing? Okay, this is not related with the topic. They don't hear us. So I need to conclude the session because they don't hear us anyway. Okay, if some of you recognize them, they can send us a 7 minutes long video in order to make the presentation. I need to conclude that screen sharing. So, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank you for all the presenters and all the authors to make this event come true. The next event will be probably held in May 2022. And we will update everything. We will update everything in our website. Please keep in touch with us. The electronic proceedings book will be available within 2 and 3 weeks, and it will be published directly via our website. The participation certificates also will be ready within 2 or 3 weeks, and these certificates also will be shared on our website. So you don't need to send us an email to demand participation certificates. And then we would like to thank you for all the participants and for all the chairs, all the organizing committee members. And I hope that you will have a great semester and you have a nice environment for your research. And we would like to see you again for the further events. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you
bye-bye.
so much.